Good morning. I would like to call to order the meeting of February 11th, 2025 of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino? Here. Supervisor Lee?
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before our first official item, I need to acknowledge that we have a birthday up here. Supervisor Lavanino's birthday is actually today. And we have some treats for you later, but I thought, I don't know if you're a horoscope guy, but I'm going to read your horoscope to everybody. Okay, if February 11th is your birthday, you are strong, success-oriented, and possessing tremendous personal presence and appeal. The upcoming year promises steady progress and fulfilling opportunities in your career and finances. Your popularity may soar during the next 2 weeks, and
I wrote this.
And your intelligence might peak at the beginning of March. Uh-oh. So plan accordingly. So should we sing or should we? Yeah, let's do it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Steve. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I owe you one. I'm going to find out when your birthday is right now. And it's also County Council Rachel Van Mullem's twins are born on this day as well. So congratulations.
Right.
Auspicious day.
Auspicious day. Okay, with that, we will move on to the minutes from last meeting. I need a approval, a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, Madam CEO, your report, please.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I have a couple of things to report. One is, as you know, this year the county will be celebrating our remarkable milestone, our 175th anniversary, and we talked about that at the last meeting. The county was one of the original counties of California, established on February 18th, 1850. And to celebrate the anniversary, the county will be hosting an art contest, giving artists an opportunity to design the artwork on the County of Santa Barbara's honorary resolution. These are the certificates you see handed out during board meetings to honor and acknowledge individuals, organizations, and events. The contest will officially launch next week on the anniversary, February 18th, and will continue until April 1st. Follow our County of Santa Barbara social media channels for more information, and it will be released next Tuesday. So we can't wait to see the designs our community members create. And just for those who are looking on the slide, that is not what we want. That's what we have today. We're saying create a new vision for us for the 175th anniversary. The second item is that this morning I'm pleased to share with you the second video in our 175th anniversary series. Last week we heard the history of Santa Barbara County's courthouse. This week we're taking you inside. And again, thanks to our PIO and communications manager, Kelsey Butita, for producing this video series. Without further ado, let's show the video.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, a place with immense natural beauty and rich history. Founded in 1850 as one of California's original counties, join us as we acknowledge the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara. As we continue our series of the history of the County of Santa Barbara, this time we are taking you inside the historic Santa Barbara Courthouse.
There are 5 spaces in the building that were included in the National Historic Landmark application. The 2 original courtrooms, the law library that's between them, the mural room, and the Hall of Records are all listed as important contributing resources. They're unique in a sense that they're all stages for something. You know, Department 1 and 2 are stages for justice. It commands respect when you're sitting in the audience looking at a judge who's elevated with a tapestry hanging behind that's 120 years old. And then the law library between them is really an English library in the middle of a Spanish colonial building. And the reason why it is English is because The United States system of law comes from England. The primary space in the courthouse is the mural room. It's called the mural room because there's 4,200 square feet of muslin glued to the wall with a mural that depicts California history. The mural was painted by Daniel Sayer Grosbeck. It used to be the Board of Supervisors assembly room where the board met and did their business every day. The Hall of Records really is an outdoor courtyard on the inside of a building. It has a 50-foot diameter skylight on the roof that when you're standing in the middle of the counter space, you feel like you're in an outdoor courtyard.
And our tour wouldn't be complete without taking you to the highest point of the courthouse, the clock tower.
Welcome to the Bisno Shaw Clock Gallery. Many people in Santa Barbara have been here at the courthouse many times and didn't know we had this treasure here. It's totally functioning as it was intended to function back in 1929. There is so much power needed to move these gears in order to lift those heavy hammers against each one of those bells in order to give the Westminster chimes.
Over the past decade, the County of Santa Barbara has invested $11.5 million in construction, repair, and maintenance of the historic Santa Barbara Courthouse, with additional projects worth millions currently underway, reaffirming our commitment to preserving this county treasure for future generations.
Can we just give Kelsey a round of applause? That was a wonderful video. That concludes my report, Chair Capps.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I just have one quick announcement this morning regarding public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Excellent. Okay, next order of business is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items?
A11.
Okay, that's already been pulled by the public, so is that it for today?
A10.
A10. Okay, so then we need I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for A10 and 11.
So moved.
What were the items that were pulled by the public?
A11.
Oh, and Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, we had requests to speak on A11 and A23 from the public.
Got it. Okay, so then motion to approve the balance except for A10, 11, and 23.
Hartman moved.
Nelson second.
Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so let's go to resolutions, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution in support of the Santa Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Complex. And joining us here in person today, we have Lisa Palmer. And if you can please join us at the podium. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Santa Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting health, wellness, and water safety through the development of a state-of-the-art aquatics complex to serve all Santa Ynez Valley residents. And whereas the Santa Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Complex will feature 2 outdoor pools designed to serve diverse community needs, including swim lessons, aquatic fitness, water safety education, competitive swimming, and recreational opportunities for all ages and abilities. And whereas the Santa Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Foundation is committed to inspiring youth and encouraging families to participate in swimming and water safety programs, as well as supporting local schools, organizations, and underserved community members with access to aquatic resources. And whereas the Santa Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Foundation aims to educate the public about the importance of water safety and wellness while providing an inclusive space for recreation and competition. And whereas the establishment of the San Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Complex will bring a significant positive impact to the local economy, creating jobs, attracting visitors, and enhancing the quality of life for residents of the greater San Ynez Valley. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara states its support for the San Ynez Valley Community Aquatics Complex and encourages residents, businesses, and community organizations in the County of Santa Barbara to join in supporting the efforts to bring this facility to life, passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps, members of the board, and particularly Supervisor Hartman, thank you for this resolution. San Ynez Valley is the only community in the county without access to public swim and aquatics. So we haven't had public swim at our high school pool since 2020. This effort to bring the two-pool complex will both support the school and the community at large. So thank you for this resolution today. It will be helpful in our efforts as we pursue funding. And I want to just thank Supervisor Hartman for her continued support as we've moved through this process. So thank you for this. And I'd like to ask if I can get an upgraded artwork. Thank you all.
Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to add, Lisa's been working many years with the Aquatics Foundation, and Santa Ynez Valley is small, 20,000 some people and 5 small towns, and it really can't afford a swimming pool unless everybody works together. And so this is an example of a tremendous partnership where the city of Buellton is working with the Aquatics Foundation and the school, the tribe and the county has contributed money, but it's really a partnership and takes a lot of effort on the part of the Aquatics Foundation to weave that together and keep it going. So I think they're really to be congratulated, and we hope that this resolution will show that the county's behind it and that this is so critically important for young people to learn to swim. It's right near, it'll have rehab for people in need of that. We've had a number of Olympic swimmers come out of the Santa Ynez Valley, but they always have to come down to Santa Barbara to train. So it really will offer tremendous value to the Santa Ynez Valley. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next item, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us via Zoom, we have LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt. And I will go ahead and read the resolution in the record. Whereas Black History Month is an annual observance in February dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the invaluable contributions and achievements of African Americans throughout U.S. history, with the 2025 theme, African Americans and Labor, highlighting the profound impact of Black workers across all sectors. And whereas from slavery to the present, African Americans have played a pivotal role in shaping the nation's economic foundation, contributing skilled and unskilled labor, organizing for workers and civic rights, and overcoming systemic barriers to economic justice, as exemplified by the 100th anniversary of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Maids, the first Black union to receive a charter in the American Federation of Labor. And whereas the African American community's contributions to Santa Barbara County's cultural, economic, and social fabric are well documented, including in the county's racial equity grants, underscoring the importance of preserving and uplifting Black history at the local level. And whereas it is essential to acknowledge and confront the painful truths of our nation's history, including the injustices and systemic racism that have oppressed Black Americans in order to foster healing, understanding, and meaningful progress. And whereas Santa Barbara County values community events, educational initiatives, and policy efforts that truthfully depict African American history, promote racial equity, and celebrate Black culture, while reaffirming its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And whereas by adopting this resolution, Santa Barbara County honors the legacy of African Americans, acknowledges the integral role of Black labor in building our nation, and commits to a future of inclusivity, justice, and shared prosperity. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County officially recognizes and honors Black History Month 2025, embracing the theme African Americans and Labor, passed and adopted today.
Ms. Lyons-Pruitt, would you like to receive the resolution and speak for a minute?
I would. Good morning.
morning.
Chair Capps, Supervisor Lee, supervisors. Happy birthday, Supervisor Lavanino. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. You know us as NAACP. I bring you greetings and thank you from the nation's oldest civil rights organization with over 2,200 branches in the US, Japan, and Germany, and over 2 million volunteer activists. I thank you for this thoughtful and very meaningful resolution. It is really thoughtful because I really read the words and really appreciate that. As you all know, Black history was born in 1926 when Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the second Black to graduate from Harvard with a PhD behind Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. I always like to add a little bit more history. He was disturbed by the finding in his studies that largely ignored the Black population. And I've told my story many times of how I grew up in Mississippi and I didn't know Black history. I really didn't know American history because Black history is American history. We are a nonpartisan organization, and I do say now more than ever, we must work to share the historical and current achievement of the Black community, especially with federal agencies not acknowledging Black History Month and other cultural holidays. We thank you that in Santa Barbara County, you're standing firm and that we will still celebrate, acknowledge the struggles and the triumphs, and we will honor the past, acknowledge the present, and inspire the future. Black history is American history, 365 days, 7 days a week. Thank you so much for this resolution. One more thing I would like to add.
Yes.
One more thing I would add. I forgot. Thank you, County of Santa Barbara, for the racial equity funds. We have 3 events on February 3rd, from February 3rd through February 28th. We have Dr. Paulo Lima. His work is being featured at Allen Hancock College in the Student Gallery, Building F, Monday through Friday. We'll be open on February 22nd when we have our finale, Black History finale at Allen Hancock College. And we also have a celebration this Sunday, February 16th at Grossman Gallery in Lompoc Public Library, starting at 2:00. The 22nd is the one at Allen Hancock College. You have all received invitations, and we look forward to seeing you there. And we thank you so much for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that goes into all these events all over the county. And I really appreciate your comment about, we do these resolutions on a certain day to honor a certain month, but really it's organizations like yours that continue to keep the history alive every day. So many, many thanks. Okay, with that, we will move on to, I believe it's to the administrative items. A10.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the acceptance of grant awards from Bissell Foundation to Animal Services for Empty the Shelters adoption events through June 30th, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $86,300. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisor Herman.
Yes, I pulled this item. I see our Animal Services Director, Sarah Aguilar, is here, and she might want to say something about this. But I would just like to thank the Bissell Pet Foundation. I actually am the beneficiary of this. I adopted a little kitten a couple years ago at an event, and filled out the form and walked away and didn't pay anything. And it certainly makes it easy. We want to find homes and dogs.
Wonderful.
Sarah?
Director Aguilar.
I think I was on. Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for bringing this to light. Thank you for adopting, of course. The Bissell Pet Foundation is a national organization started by Kathy Bissell, and they help us in many ways. One of them is to run Empty the Shelters adoption events to enable folks to have the love of a pet, enables the county to be able to reduce fees for adoptions and not lose out on revenue as well. Bissell Pet Foundation also operates a program called Fix the Future, where they have sent us a vet in this last year who did 110 spay-and-neuter surgeries for us in just 3 days. And they're very supportive, and we're very thankful for their assistance.
Excellent. That's great news. Okay, item A11, please, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and...
We need a vote on that. Excuse me. We need a 4/5 vote. So I need a motion for that. Supervisor Hartman.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Now 811. Thanks.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 11 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an exclusive ambulance services provider agreement between the County of Santa Barbara and American Medical Response West, AMR, and we have 8 requests to speak from the public on this item. And we are going to remain here in Santa Maria and begin with Peter Van Dynwick, to be followed by Robert Kovac. Peter?
As you stated, and hi, Chair Capps, my name is Peter Van Dynwick, and I am here to represent the Montecito Fire Protection District. As most of the fire districts in our area, in fact, the state of California, the majority, in fact, almost 50% of calls involve emergency medical requests. And certainly we are like that. Our 2024 results were just about 50%. And we take these calls very, very seriously because in the mix of these requests might be one literal life or death issue. And because of that, some years ago, the Montecito Fire Protection District adopted the 7-minute rule, where when the emergency call comes in, the dispatch has 60 seconds, and we measure in seconds because we're not talking about potential life or death issues, and that's why I'm here today. The dispatch has 60 seconds. The next 2 minutes, 120 seconds, are to allow the responders to gear up to head out. And then the next 4 minutes, meaning what would that be, 240 seconds to actually get out there, at which they can do 90% of the time. We hit 88% last year of the response. This is extremely important to us. Seconds really count. I want to emphasize that. And that's why I'm here today, to emphasize the fact that we're talking life or death issues. In that one case, we don't know when it'll be, but it comes in the mix. As the system works, the first leg would be the call, the response, the emergency folks going out, dealing with the issue with the patient on site, and then the next step, the second leg, would be to move the patient to critical care. And on page 22, 4.11C, something jumped up that caught my eye that is very troubling. Here we are dealing with, 420 seconds on the front leg. And if you look at that reference I just gave you, it allows the contractor to extend it out 1 second short of 10 minutes. The time it would take to move the patient from the site of the incident to the critical care is now 3 minutes, 180 seconds more than it took for us to get out there and stabilize the issue. That's terrible. It is something that is defeating, self-defeating, because you could have the first responders there having mitigated the issue, and then the next thing you know, they're waiting around for the conveyance to arrive and to move the patient to the critical care.
Thank you, Peter. That is your time.
Okay. Thank you very, very much.
Point of personal privilege. This was my U.S. government teacher at Santa Barbara High, Mr. Van Dynewyk, and so it's incredible to have you here in this capacity. So if you can finish your comments, please.
Thank you. Finally, payment, huh? Whoops, no, I went on. Train of thought. What we're asking for here is the cutback of these seconds. And I'd like to add one story, and I'm sorry if I repeat something you already know, but we had an issue recently where a gentleman in Montecito collapsed like a heap of clothing on a public street with a serious heart attack. Luckily for that individual, our first responders were there and the person survived. And in fact, I'll be darned if the former chief pointed out to the board one meeting that there's a gentleman who would like to say thanks. And so at the end of the meeting, this person came up and shook hands. And when he got to me, I have to admit, I can't quite respond in words, because what happened was he said thanks, and then I shook hands with a man whose hand was warm. He had looked death in the door, and he had survived because of that response. So we're talking seconds. And the one message I'd like to leave, 2 words: seconds count. Seconds count. Please consider that when you look at these outlines of seconds. Thank you very much.
We will remain here in Santa Maria with Robert Kovac, to be followed by Brian Fallon. Robert?
Okay, Madam Chair, Honorable Board of Directors, thank you. I am Robert Kovac. I'm the Fire Chief for the Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire Protection District. I'd like to speak on what this contract will mean to the citizens of Carpinteria and Summerlin. The Board of Supervisors is the governing body that approves the ambulance service delivery to our area. We rely on you to implement the highest level of service possible without other distractions affecting the decision. It is an opportunity to improve a system that's been in place for over 20 years. We want what has been stated by the agencies across this county: more ambulances in the system, transparency, and the revenue invested back into the system. When I reviewed this document, I had the perspective of my expectations if I was the governing body was implementing this contract that has a value into the hundreds of millions of dollars. My team would need to write the contract with clear and concise expectations that holds the contractor accountable at all levels. Does it meet the needs of my community with transparency to allow adequate public input, especially with such an impactful rate increase? I have a few comments, but up front, I apologize if I misinterpret some items. The contract has only been posted for 5 days to review, and the professionals here today that are part of the emergency medical system were not involved in the development of it. Although we have had high expectations of improvement when this process started over 6 years ago, this new contract does not have a deployment plan listed. Everything is still being developed. The response times are not improving and can actually be extended due to the medical priority dispatch system. It is difficult to determine if any additional ambulances will be deployed. If the system remains the way it's listed and the times are extended, it will require my units to stay on scene longer, not enabling them to respond to the next incident in my jurisdiction, so that there's an impact to my capability for my citizens. Our district is on the south end of the county. It is considered a cul-de-sac for ambulance coverage with units coming in from only one direction, many times trying to reach us through rush hour or weekend traffic gridlock. In a study conducted, the current ambulance system only has 81.8% response time compliance in our district before exemptions, one of the lowest in the county. That means that 18% of the time, our citizens are waiting longer for an ambulance in a potentially life-threatening scenario. The exemptions do not change that. We demand improved coverage for our area. This is being called the grandfathered contract. I'm not sure what that means. If it's an extension of the current, what does that mean for the first responder EMS agreement? That's been in place since 2005 and is a separate contract with my agency outside of the ambulance contract. The current language says the contractor has the discretion to implement those first responder contracts. So I don't know what that means truly for my agency.
Thank you, Robert. That is your time.
All right, thank you.
We will now go to Brian Fallon, to be followed by Brian Fernandez. Brian?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Brian Fallon. I am the Lompoc City Fire Chief and the Vice President for the Santa Barbara County Fire Chiefs Association. You know, it's concerning to see us in the same situation as we were nearly a year and a half ago. Santa Barbara County Fire Chiefs have consistently called for an EMS system that emphasizes transparency, accountability, and increased units on the street. Unfortunately, it seems that these concerns have largely fallen on deaf ears. Our disappointment upon hearing about the AMR contract extension cannot be overstated. Feelings of betrayal and disregard come to mind. AMR has a documented history of unreliable response times, yet the county is deciding today to extend its contract potentially for 4 years. The county's press release touts enhanced ambulance services, I quote, improved oversight and quicker response times. However, when we examine contract section 4.11, allows AMR to extend response time standards by an additional 2 minutes for any applicable call. This means that for urban priority responses, the standard could shift from 7 minutes and 59 seconds to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Furthermore, the LEMSA has a responsibility to monitor compliance with these response time standards, yet there's been no contract compliance meeting in 2 years. Another troubling aspect of the contract is the dispatching of basic life support ambulances for Alpha and Bravo calls. One would expect that an improvement in services would not involve downgrading service levels, yet our basic life support personnel may have to stay on scene longer without higher medical support arriving. The geography of the city of Lompoc presents unique challenges. We're distant from other cities and rely heavily on the prompt arrival of paramedic services. Unfortunately, we often find AMR delayed, resulting in county fire medic ambulances, particularly Medic Ambulance 34 from the village, stepping in. This is not their responsibility, but due to lack of AMR's accountability to their contractual obligations, this has become the norm for Lompoc citizens. Prolonged expected arrival times mean our firefighters will have to remain on scene longer, impacting our ability to respond to multiple concurrent emergencies. Moreover, the contract seems to disadvantage Lompoc, Montecito, and Carp Summerlin by effectively offloading the responsibility to the county fire department. This is not an act of generosity. It appears to be a decision rooted in revenue considerations that leave the city at a loss. How did we end up in this position? Promises of a better system have led to extended response times, inappropriate use of BLS ambulances, and a lack of urgent care for Lompoc residents. The board will decide today, and if it favors a partner with a history of delays and operational shortcomings, that will solely be on you. The Fire Chiefs Association is committed to ensuring that every citizen in Santa Barbara County receives the emergency medical care they deserve, and I urge you to join us in advocating for a system that supports a reliable, timely response for our communities. Thank you.
We will now go to, excuse me, Brian Fernandez, to be followed by Luis Farah Jr. Brian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Brian Fernandez, and I represent the United Firefighters of Santa Barbara County. I come to before you guys today as the voice of the firefighters, the ones who are out on the streets doing the work that we as firefighters swear to do. I had a speech that was written that I was going to come up here and speak about, but after having dinner last night with a member of the IFF out of Washington, D.C., he advised me to speak from my heart. So that's what I'm going to do. I want to share a story with you guys of a proud moment as a paramedic in this county. There was a young child that we unfortunately had to do CPR on. And while we were doing that, we invited the parents over to hold the hand of this child as we did this and encouraged them to talk to their child as they took their last breaths. These parents spoke words of encouragement and love to this young boy. I don't bring this up for any reason other than to demonstrate to you guys that as your firefighters, we experience, along with the members of your community, sometimes the worst day of their life. We take that experience, we learn from it, and we come back to you to ask you to help us do our job better. We rely on you to make the decisions that ultimately impact the community that we serve. This contract is a bad deal for the community. We have taken response times that we know are important. We have a saying in EMS, time is tissue. And whether you've been hit by a car, you're having CPR done on you, or you're experiencing a stroke, you need definitive care at a hospital, quickly. And that depends on how quickly you get help. We know that this is a bad deal for our community. This contract gives financial incentives, quote, credits, for doing what we already do. It merely replaces response time compliance with checking a box in a report. This is in your hands to make this decision that will ultimately impact the lives of our members of this community. And we look to you to do what's right in their best interest. Thank you.
We will now go to Luis Farah Jr. to be followed by Brad Dandridge. Luis.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Louis Farah, and I'm the president of the Lompoc Firefighters Association. Before you vote today, I want you to imagine something. Imagine sitting in your living room while a loved one collapses to the floor in cardiac arrest. As you start CPR, you're thinking help is coming. But what you don't know, what this board is about to ensure, is that AMR's ambulance is the one component in the chain of survival that contractually doesn't have to hurry up. This settlement isn't just bad policy, it's a betrayal of public trust wrapped in corporate legalese. You're about to sign a contract that rewards AMR for finding creative ways to avoid sending ambulances on time. Let me be brutally honest about what you're voting to approve. You're giving AMR permission to be late to every single emergency. The conventional standard is 7 minutes and 59 seconds, but you've decided to give them 2 extra minutes across the board for a total of 10 minutes. That's 2 more minutes of a child seizing, 2 more minutes of a stroke killing brain cells, and that's assuming they actually make it in the 10 minutes. You're allowing them to fail for 8 months out of the year without consequence. Even if AMR gets fined, the fines are so insignificant, it actually encourages them to not be compliant. Think about that. You're making it more profitable for AMR to let people suffer than to add ambulances. More pervasively, you're approving a scheme where AMR can hide their delayed responses behind a laughable clinical report card, using their paramedics' basic medical care to mask their corporate failure to show up on time. They get up to 80% fine reduction credit just for following our basic medical protocols. For instance, they get a 20% fine discount just by identifying that somebody is a trauma patient and transporting them to the trauma center. In Lompoc, where every critical patient faces at least a 30-mile transport to our cardiac or trauma center, we already routinely wait up to 15 to 20 minutes for an ambulance. When that patient dies because their ambulance took too long, I won't tell their family that AMR failed them. I'll tell them their county supervisors knew exactly how long they'd have to wait. They read this contract, understood its implications, and decided this was good enough for you. The real shameful part, though, is you're accepting this because County Council wants to avoid litigation, knowing full well that AMR's entire business model is to sue communities into submission before locking in contracts that protect profits over patients. But only you can decide if the threat of their lawyers is more frightening than the threat to human life. Every delayed response, every worsened outcome, every family wondering why their ambulance took so long, that's not on AMR anymore. That's on you. And you'll carry that responsibility not just in this chamber, but in every emergency room where families learn their loved one might have had a better outcome if their ambulance had arrived just a little sooner. A few years ago, you promised to make our EMS system better, yet today you're considering making our system dramatically worse. And you'll have to own that choice, not in some abstract way, but in the very real consequences of emergencies where minutes matter and help is deliberately and contractually late. Stand with the people who trust you to fight for their lives and reject this settlement. Thank you.
We will now go to Brad Dandridge, to be followed by Joseph Panino. Brad?
Chair Capps, members of the board, good morning. My name is Brad Dandridge. I'm the fire chief for the City of Santa Maria Fire Department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I stand here to express my concern about the ambulance contract proposed to provide service to the residents of Santa Barbara County. The desired goal has always been an ambulance model based on service first and provides enhanced service delivery to the patients utilizing the 911 system. More paramedics, accountability, transparency, and reinvestment into the system. Points of concern I have for my community when interpreting the contract include the proposed BLS responses and the patient charge increase for transport. Santa Maria, like Santa Barbara and Lompoc Fire, provides medical first response at the basic life support BLS level. We do not have paramedics on our apparatus responding to medical emergencies. The proposed contract allows for possibility to not receive a paramedic on some 911 calls for medical care. The contract also allows for patient charge increases. Transport rates increase to $2,900 for BLS and $4,600 for ALS transport. These rates for service place our county at the top 5% in the state of California for ambulance transport. This would be an almost 25% increase passed on to the patients, our taxpayers. I hope to have continued conversation regarding the ambulance service delivery system, prioritizing its residents and putting service above all else. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Joseph Panino, to be followed by Andy Caldwell, who is our final speaker on this item. Joseph?
Madam Chair, honorable supervisors, my name is Joseph Panino. I'm a newly elected director to Montecito Fire Protection District. I've enjoyed a 31-year career in the fire service. I've done it all, from running the camp crews, wildland fire, all the way up to my last detail was the fire marshal for the city of Santa Monica. So I've had the opportunity, and I've run the calls, and I've been involved with emergency cases or paramedic cases. And all I can say is seconds seem like hours. And that's how important these transport times are. So I would just ask you to reconsider, take a real strong, hard look at that, because I believe it would be unacceptable if you were on the other side of this and you were involved with these medic cases. So I want to say thank you for your time.
We will now go to Andy Caldwell, who is our final speaker on this item. Andy?
Chair Capps, members of the board, Andy Caldwell, representing CoLab. My comments are going to exclude Supervisor Lee. You weren't here, and Supervisor Lavanino, not because it was your birthday, but you voted no on the last time this thing came up. I've been a government watchdog for 34 years. I've seen some honest mistakes, some dumb mistakes, but this was the one case where I saw the county deal in bad faith. And you don't have to take my word for it because you settled the lawsuit. You settled a lawsuit, you had a court injunction, you had the state attorney general, and you had the state agency governing ambulances all weigh in that you dealt in bad faith with AMR and the public. As a result of that, you spent $3 million on ambulances. We believe at least $1 million on outside counsel and upwards of $100,000 to store those ambulances. We would like a full accounting of all the money that was spent on this. Again, we had no dog in the fight. We didn't weigh in until you canceled AMR's contract that they won. With regard, I'm confused by the fire department here because the county set up the request for proposal. The county set up the standards for the agencies to compete for this. And so if you don't like the 7 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever it is, well, how did you set that up to begin with? And then finally, the other thing I don't understand is the two agencies that are primarily concerned about the new performance protocols here are Lompoc, Montecito, and Carpinteria. But your agreement gives County Fire the option to handle those contracts. So if County Fire wants to get there in 2 minutes instead of 10, they have the option and the prerogative to do that. So I don't get why Carpinteria, Lompoc, and Montecito are complaining about this when in fact County Fire gets the option to control those regions and to provide service in those regions. That makes absolute no sense. But again, we want transparency. You guys are supposed to value transparency. We want a cost accounting of what this debacle cost. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Nelson, I thought did you have a request to speak, or I can direct it to the CEO?
I just have some comments.
Okay.
I wanted to just speak.
Actually, yeah, I would, if questions first, or if the CEO, would you want to direct any responses to these comments?
We can take your comments. We have the members of the LEMSA and Dr. Shepard, who is the medical director for the LEMSA, who's here also. But we'd like to hear your comments first, your questions that staff can answer.
Certainly. Well, I would like to ask the question about response times and what, as has been stated, was in the original RFP that was already embraced by the fire department in terms of response time. So I'm not sure who exactly answers that question, but that's my first question.
So is your question, are the response times that are in the agreement the same that were in the RFP?
Yes, and just to please describe the response time and this and what it's in the current contract in terms of the credits, et cetera, and how that assures the public in terms of our intention to do the best we can in terms of medical service.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Lars Seifert with the Public Health Department. With me is Vince Barucci. He is the interim EMS agency director as well, and we'll have more details on the response times comparative to the original contract and this one. However, I would say that basically as part of this contract, we wanted to make sure that response times were kept at a level that was meaningful to the patients foremost, but also then gives us the tools for accountability to be able to oversee those and make sure that those response times were being met. It does have priority calls. It actually increases or lessens the time in which ambulances are required to respond for priority calls. It does maintain what's existing for what some of the other members have referred to as basically that additional 2 minutes. Those are separate agreements with AMR and local fire districts for providing an ALS response so that basically we make sure that there's somebody that's a paramedic on site within the required time. So that has been preserved within this contract. That does allow that additional 2 minutes. However, there is a restriction or limitations on the allowances for exemptions, and also basically establishes liquidated damages and provisions for our enforcement to ensure that those response times are met by the contractor. So there's a narrowing of response times and also the exemptions. The LEMSA is given additional authority to ensure that response times are being met. But then basically, as far as that contract comparisons, it maintains what was an existing contract and then actually elevates them in some instances. So I can pass it to Vince if he has additional questions or comments, if you want to have more comparisons.
Any further? Yes, Supervisor Hartman.
I would like greater clarification on this, because in the past, exemptions have been used to manipulate and really to evade responsibility for arriving on time. We tried to fix that, and I want to understand very clearly how this contract purports to fix it.
Let me pull that section up here.
Section 5.
Yeah. In Section 5 of your contract, it goes into a lot more detail as far as the response times, reporting requirements, as well as the exemption request. Each exemption request is going to be individually analyzed by the LEMSA to make sure that it's appropriate. The existing contract from 2005 basically said that the LEMSA could get an exemption for good cause, and it left it really up to that. This actually specifies very clearly what would qualify for an exemption and what would not qualify for an exemption, and gives the LEMSA the authority to basically review each of those requests in more detail and against a transparent standard as far as what is allowed and what's not.
So if they're late responding, can that be offset by giving the right sort of treatment for the diagnosis?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Yes, and technically the way the contract is currently written, depending upon how they perform, either above the benchmarks that have yet to be established for the clinical scorecard, those will be worked out over, if the board does approve the agreement, then those will be worked out over the next 180 days with the contractors and subcontractor. If they achieve above the standard that is determined to be, then they would be eligible for a credit for 20% for each bundle of care.
Could you give an example? So it's not just meeting what everybody acknowledges is the standard of care and getting credit for that, it's going above. Could you give an example?
So I'll do my best. Because these are still yet to be determined. So we've talked about them internally at the EMS agency, but we have not set them in stone yet, to be completely honest and transparent. But for stroke, for example, determining whether or not a patient is getting a stroke assessment, for example. There are times where a paramedic, using his or her judgment, may determine that the patient has an altered level of consciousness because of alcohol use. What we would be looking for is, are they ruling out that the alcohol use could be hiding a stroke symptom? And so there's a stroke tool, the Cincinnati Pre-Hospital Stroke Scale, that can be used to evaluate that patient. So theoretically, a stroke is one of the measurements that will be used in the bundle of care. If stroke assessment is determined to be one of those tools, then they would be held to a standard to make sure that those stroke assessments are being done. And if they are being done, then they could receive a credit. If they're achieving above 90%, for example, whatever the standard is. And I don't want to lock anything into a standard, but if we say 90%, then if they're performing 91 and above or 92 and above, then they would potentially be eligible for a credit for a reduction of liquidated damages for response times.
I'm just curious, how many cases like this do we have in a year, and how much time then does it take the LEMSA to evaluate each of these to determine? I guess it's only the ones where they aren't on time, where they're late, and then they could try to remedy by this hire. So how many cases would you be evaluating at this level? Because what I hear you saying is that it's almost like they have to probe deeper. It's not the obvious treating for alcohol. It's really understanding that might be a stroke and having an additional level of intuition or medical knowledge or whatever. So how many, that's subtle. How do you, how many cases and how do you really determine that? Do you look at what actually the diagnosis is when they went to the hospital and then determine the care that they had when they were picked up by the ambulance?
Yeah, I have Dr. Shepard here as well, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman, members of the board, thank you. So we I just want to make sure I understand the question. Can you rephrase it just so I'm?
Yes. We're trying to understand how exemptions operate in light of standard of care. And so standard of care for most things is pretty obvious, and you shouldn't get credit for doing what is basically required. So what I'm hearing is that it's when people go above and beyond that standard level of care. And I want to know, how is that assessed? How do you know that?
So we developed a clinical scorecard. So when our providers arrive on scene, they generate a clinical impression. They do an assessment of the patient, and when they're documenting, they say, "Oh, this person had this symptom, like altered level of consciousness, weakness," and so we can use our electronic health record to screen for those patients. Who I would do a stroke assessment on that person. So if you have symptom X, Y, and Z, you should have a stroke scale, we call it, performed, so we can determine if you're potentially having a stroke. So by their documentation and electronic health record, we can pull all those cases and then see if they had the assessment performed adequately.
So just so I'm clear, because I think this is an important point, are you in the LEMSA evaluating these cases based on your knowledge of what facts are reported at the time of pickup, or are you looking at the time when the actual diagnosis in the hospital and seeing whether there's a correlation?
Both. So when it comes to the contract, we want to evaluate the performance of the contractor. So we're developing a tool that really tries to isolate the care provided on scene. Once you get to the hospital, you have the confounding variables of the emergency physicians, the stroke teams or the trauma teams or whatever specialty care is being provided. So we want to isolate the care that's provided on scene and evaluate how well that person was treated by the providers who arrived. But we also have our stroke care committee, our trauma committee, our STEMI committee. So we evaluate how those specialty systems operate in unison, pre-hospital, hospital, and even after discharge. So we do both to kind of evaluate how well our EMS healthcare system performs when incorporated in the larger healthcare system.
So when we did the RFP, there was a lot of discussion about this. Is it response time? Is it the care administered? And could you tell me what was incorporated in that original RFP? Was this incorporated into that?
This was proposed in the original RFP, and I wish I could take credit for the concept, but this is more of a national movement. There's been a number of national organizations, including the American College of Physicians, emergency physicians, the International Association of EMS Chiefs, who have really advocated for systems looking at evaluating the quality of care that's delivered on scene, rather than just isolated looking at response times, which have a very important role in EMS systems, but a number of systems across the country, including California, have started looking at the quality of the clinical care provided on scene. So that was included in the original RFP, and something that a number of the stakeholders have advocated for and expressed approval of.
And then I gather there to be financial credits if they meet these standards. Could you describe that over a certain percentage of the time?
Sure. So the model is that response times are still a very valuable component of the system. So how well the contractor is responding and to what percentage of the 90%, which you hear a lot about, making sure that they're arriving promptly, but also evaluating the major component of what EMS is a healthcare system. So what kind of healthcare is being delivered? So evaluating sure, this is what they do every day, and we have protocols and procedures, but I can tell you there's variability in how well that's done. And so we want to make sure that when we set a standard as a county, that whoever is providing that service meets that standard. So we've really honed in on what the evidence shows are the most impactful things that we do on scene, identifying strokes, heart attacks, trauma patients, getting into the correct centers. So developing a tool that will evaluate that to optimize outcomes in the county. So yes, with they're not mutually exclusive, they work together. So if you provide outstanding clinical care, you can offset response time penalties.
Does this tool already exist, or you're developing it?
Both. We've already developed it and we've been testing it, and it's iterative. We intend on trying to make it as robust and reliable as possible, so that the providers feel like they're getting value out of the tool, and that we can demonstrate value to you as well.
So if this is a national movement, do others have tools, and how does that relate to our tool that you're now refining?
It varies depending on the region. Some regions have state EMS systems, so they don't have this regional EMS structure that we have in California. There are tools that are developed in other regions in California, like Santa Cruz and in the Napa area, where they are using a clinical scorecard. We have developed, using our image trend, our electronic health record, a tool that I think works really well, trying to make it as reproducible, reliable. I mean, for the contractor, we want it to be measurable and modifiable, so they can see what's being done, and if there needs to be a change, that they can modify it. They feel like they're being fairly assessed.
Sorry to take so much time. So could you walk me through the process of transparency, accountability, how we're evaluating the effectiveness of the contract? Is it LEMSA? Is it the different committees that you mentioned? Is it the new EMCC? What are the different roles?
Supervisor Hartman, through their chair, there's a combination here. One being a very important part of this is the EMCC, which basically the board has established. We do have a first meeting of that body coming up. There's been appointments to that. That will be basically an advisory body to both the board and also to the LEMSA that will generate and look at some of that performance data, will give recommendations to the LEMSA to develop or tighten policies depending on the results and the performance that's being provided by the contractor. So that's one important tool. The clinical scorecard and how this is set up is basically for the LEMSA to be able to evaluate each and every call and the care provided. So we're establishing performance metrics. This is a leading effort really in the state with LEMSAs and how the delivery of care is being monitored. So this is basically pushing Santa Barbara County really out in front as well. So we're looking at response times just as getting people to the scene in as quick as possible, but then also what is the care being provided, and is it the appropriate level of care to make sure that that patient is already getting the treatment that they need and the assessment that they need before they're being transported to the hospital. Right now, we do have in place, we do medical audits occasionally. We do have Dr. Shepard reviewing if there were an outcome in which basically there was a question as far as whether the appropriate level of care was being provided pre-hospital. We do audits of those, but this actually establishes it so we're actually going to be reviewing each and every call and having performance metrics on what care is being provided. That is new and is an incredible, I think, enhancement for this system.
And can you explain how the board and the public, transparency is really important. And I have to say, I knew very little about the LEMSA and ambulance services before the RFP, before we decided to move forward with an RFP. And I think that's a mistake. I think we all have really a right to know about this. So can you talk about transparency?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So the part of the EMCC's responsibilities will be delivering an annual report to the Board of Supervisors. And that will include, obviously, in conjunction with the LEMSA, with our EMS agency, so my team. and working with the EMCC, we'll be delivering an annual report to the Board of Supervisors. In addition, there will be reports delivered to the EMCC, which will likely meet on a quarterly basis, to where those records are being produced for transparency and sharing of awareness for all the stakeholders in the community, including the community themselves.
So the EMCC will have access to the data on the quality of diagnosis and treatment that.
Yeah, obviously, with respect to patient privacy,
Right.
this is basically a roll-up of basically the clinical outcomes and also the performance standards on a scorecard that will be available. We will be posting that on publicly as well, but also then preparing that for the EMCC for their review and questions, and we'll have personnel to talk through specific cases or questions, and we want to make sure that that data is out there and posted so that we and you and the public can see the performance and how the contractor is performing.
I have one final issue, and that is, ambulance calls give us real insight into what's happening on the ground. I happened to go to San Luis Obispo, and their LIMSA did amazing analysis of car accidents, bike accidents. They learned, for example, that people weren't wearing seatbelts, that was going down, and car seats weren't properly installed. And so it gives actionable data when you collect that. We have never, ever, to my knowledge, gotten that kind of information from our LIMSA. And what we can do as policymakers to try to focus and improve that. So that's one reason why accountability and transparency are so important. But analysis, understanding what's going on, and feedback so we can make some changes. Could you comment on this? Because I'm critically interested in this issue.
Thank you for the question, and I'm going to pass this to Vince to take because he has direct and experience in the San Luis Obispo system, so he can speak to this as well.
Thank you. So Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So so you referenced the San Luis Obispo example. So I was part of that team, and it's an effort that I'm very proud of. And I also had the ability to bring an individual who helped develop all of those metrics and identify all that stuff to Santa Barbara as well. So I share the same sentiment you have of being able to provide information to the policymakers for you guys to have awareness and potentially direct new policies and help evolve and grow the system. So I would envision as part of our annual report and then also at the quarterly EMCC meetings, which are our Brown Act meeting and available for the public to attend, information like that. That's what I would like to see within our system here in Santa Barbara County.
And do we have the capacity in LIMSA to do that?
Yes, we do right now. We will, if the agreement is executed, then we will be able to improve that. Right now, it's a stretch, but with the staff that I currently have, we're able to do it, not as well as we'd like, but we will be able to improve on that and meet that for sure.
Yeah, and with that, I would like to say that basically with this contract, that would support the necessary additional 2 positions to be overseeing the pre-hospital care and tracking the clinical data as far as the LIMSA goes. So.
I just had a quick clarifying question. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for those questions. That was really helpful. So just to refresh our collective memory here, this new approach that is causing concern and we've heard about response time, this new approach was in the original RFP that this board voted for how many times? Multiple times, correct?
That's correct.
And was the fire department on board with this approach during the time, many times throughout the process?
Chair Capps, I would like to say that basically the feedback that we got as part of the RFP proposal from county fire and fire agencies was very supportive of the clinical performance tools and actually stated that this was an exceptional way forward for making sure that we are getting the care we need by the paramedics in the field and on the way to the hospital.
So when this board voted multiple times to give the RFP to the fire department, it included this approach. When excuse me, if you could clarify me, because I did come in sort of seventh inning on this process, so I'm just trying to make sure the public understands this is extremely important and also very technical.
Yeah, so the approach that Supervisor Hartman was asking of our LIMSA staff, our public health staff, was about this issue about introducing clinical standards, this clinical report card that Dr. Shepard mentioned, but also then to incentivize that, giving some offsets, financial offsets, if there's penalties and late response times. And this approach was in the original RFP. This approach was responded to by our fire department in their response, saying that they supported the approach. And so this is not anything new that just came out of this agreement that's before you today. I know it's complicated because we've been doing this for such a long time. And just to remind everyone, not only do we have 2 new board members who weren't a part of that original discussion, we have a new public health director who was not, a new LEMSA director, and Lars is our new deputy director. So we have a whole complete turnover of the staff that was here. And myself, only through this process of not having a firewall, because I was on the firewall, and just for folks here, I was on the firewall. I mean, there was a firewall separating us, and I was on county fire side, so I helped them with their proposal. I completely thought we were going to win the RFP. And learning more about what the process is, learning more about the standards, learning more about what the LEMSA was trying to achieve has been educational for me in this process.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So I think these key performance indicators are kind of a red herring in this discussion about reduction based on not getting there on time, in part just because we actually have high standards already of level of care in this county. You know, we both AMR and county fire, it's a high level to begin with. The one pinch point in this whole entire thing has been response times. And that's why we went about this. It wasn't to try to get better level of service necessarily, because we were doing a great job across the board once we're there, but it was really to try to reduce the time. What's my concern, and I need some assurances here, is what are the teeth on the response times? Because we've gone down this road with AMR in the past, and we're hearing about all these troubles with the response times. And so what are the teeth in this contract to get those response times to be improving? Because I need to understand that. Right now, what we're talking about, the liquidated damages or the fine for not reaching your time is $1,500 fine. Okay, so on the flip side, AMR gets to bill $3,000 if it's a BLS call, or $4,500 if it's an ALS call. So I mean, it doesn't seem like that's. I mean, $1,500 might sound like a lot, but in comparison to what's being charged, that's not a whole lot. Even if you reduce that $1,500 down to 80%, you're going only down to, I guess, at that point, $300 fine. Again, so that's not a lot of teeth. What other teeth are in this contract to assure that we get ongoing compliance with the response times from AMR? Because I'm not, besides liquidated damages, which, I don't care about the liquidated damages, I want service. And that's one of the reasons why I'm more on the side of a multi-provider system, because I want more ambulances in the system. The way that you get response times down is by having more ambulances in the system. I mean, and if you take ambulances out, you may increase profits, but you reduce response times. So help me on what are the teeth in this contract on response times?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'd like to just point out there is one significant and very forceful piece to this, and that is in section 8.2. It's basically the failure of the contractor to maintain a 90% aggregate response time standard performance level throughout the service area. And if they don't do that for 3 consecutive months, that can actually be termed a breach of contract. And the jeopardy basically puts the contract itself in jeopardy. So if all along you're basically accumulating liquidated damages, but if you're not meeting these response time standards, there is the potential that this is laid out for a failure of the contractor and basically can be defined as a material breach.
So, Mr. Seifert, so that what I'm hearing from you is that as long as 1 out of every 3 months you meet the 90 percentile, you won't be in breach of contract.
Supervisor Nelson, yes. There is provisions basically for liquidated damages for those individual months. However, if it is a consecutive 3-month period, then they would be considered a material breach.
But as long as you were hitting 1 out of every 3, you wouldn't be in breach of contract.
You'd not be breach of contract, however, the liquidated damages would apply.
Okay. But is there any other teeth besides that?
Transparency, public reporting.
Yeah, I think those are the material enforcement provisions in the contract.
All right, thank you.
Nelson.
Yeah, we can move to comments if that's, we're there. So Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you. I'm also kind of a little bit baffled by Lompoc and Carpinteria and Summerlin today. I'm curious, in the contract, it allows county fire to serve your area. So I don't know if we're going to move to that format or not, but I'm just really disappointed in the response from our first responders, honestly. I've been here 15 years. I have stood with you guys every single freaking time. I'm the one that brought the property tax shift to fully fund your department. I'm at a loss, man. I mean, to point to this board and say that this is, if somebody gets killed, if somebody gets hurt, it's on us. Man, I really thought you guys were better than that, honestly. I thought you were. I got a dad that's 89 years old. He's been transported 3 times this last year. I got a mother-in-law that's 95. I've got 6 grandkids. If I thought I was putting any of those people in danger, I would not be voting for this. We have a responsibility to this county, and we're meeting it. We also have, what you're not understanding is we have a fiduciary responsibility as well. We have the Attorney General of the state of California weigh in on this matter. Not on our side, not on your side, okay? We have gone to the mat in court trying to get this thing worked out. I'm not going to bankrupt the citizens of the city of county of Santa Barbara to make you guys happy. We're going to try what we can to improve the service. By the way, AMR has been here since 1981. This isn't like we're giving it to Bob and Joe's ambulance service, okay? Sorry, I didn't know if you had one. But honestly, what it reminds me of a little bit, and I feel bad about saying this, but this is almost, you remind me of a new political leader we have in this country who, if you're not there 100% allegiance, you're the enemy. I didn't mind you guys coming up today and saying, you know what, we can improve the system. We've got ways to try to make it better. But to throw us under the bus and say, it's your fault if somebody gets hurt, I expected better.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I was disappointed by that comment too, Steve. You know, I haven't been on the same side of where we're moving forward with this contract. I still, I guess maybe my appetite for risk or moving forward with the lawsuit is different than some of my colleagues, but I also have sat in the room with my colleagues in closed session while we evaluate this information and understand that they are making a decision that I think is still a responsible one. It's not the one that I would make. It's not a strategy that I would deploy, but that's why you have 5 supervisors, is because we go up there, we talk about these things, and then we try to make a decision where 3 of us or more are behind a concept. So even though I'm not going to support the contract, I respect my colleagues, and I do think that they've been taking this seriously throughout the entire process. I've been very frustrated by what I would call lawfare that AMR has engaged in to get us down to this place. And you know what? The law is very difficult in this space. what Mr. Caldwell doesn't understand is that, this RFP process is dictated by the state, the same Sacramento that we see shoving down a lot of other things down our throat that we don't like. The Attorney General, very political person, weighing in on this. So there's a lot of things coming into this process that it's just not what it seems. This board has, no matter what side you're on, has been trying to get to a solution that we think that we can accept, whether it's the fiduciary responsibilities or whether it's the service level responsibilities. I have great confidence in, the paramedics and EMTs from both county fire and our local fire departments as well as AMR. Personally, I think the only way that right now moving forward for us to have better response times is having more ambulances, which probably means a multi-provider system. And so that's where I'm at this point in the process. And so this contract doesn't move us towards that. It moves us a little away from that. So I'm not going to be supporting it at this time. Again, but I do understand that my colleagues have been weighing this information heavily. And we can disagree, but I still respect them. I do think that was too much to throw on their shoulders, that a child dying in the ER would be, something that they would have to be responsible for. And I am hopeful that the additional accountability and transparency that we're going to have through having the RFCC may help us also see some of these numbers clearly, more accountability and transparency there. I think through this process, there's more eyes on this service. And so, AMR better be crossing their T's and dotting their I's, because there's going to be a lot of people keeping an eye on their service levels with this contract, especially as a taxpayer advocate. This is, I think, maybe the highest rates in the state that we're going to be having here. And so that's a big number. I was just looking back at the 2004 contract. These numbers are 600 times the rates from 2000 over that 20-year period. That's a pretty hefty number. So hopefully they have the money to hire the ambulances and the paramedics and EMTs to actually hit these response times that they've committed to. If they do, we'll be better as a community. But we haven't in the past. And so that's the whole reason why you've seen fire come out in force, is because we've gone down this road in the past and we haven't hit those numbers. And so there's a lack of trust that this next contract will bring that. I'm an optimist, so I'm gonna hope that happens. But I will continue as well as many others in the community to keep an eye on this and continue to highlight it as if we're not getting there. Thank you.
Supervisor Herman?
Yes. It is a very frustrating, constraining system and highly complex that we find ourselves in. And we have contorted ourselves every which way to try to find a way through this. I personally believe that private ambulance companies are always weighing service versus profit. And there's certainly no incentive to oversupply and maybe even to undersupply. And some people have experienced that in their own lives, and I'm one of them. That said, we have tried every path that we could think of that led to dead ends. So this contract is the best that we can do for now. And we could try to declare victory and say, well, it is a multi-provider system with the new areas. I do hope that fire can serve those areas, but it's no secret those are the least profitable and hardest to serve. So we'll have to do the analysis and see whether we can manage that. We have to be responsible with taxpayer money as well. We have a new dispatch system. We have the EMCC. We have more people in our LEMSA. And as Supervisor Nelson alluded, we all know a lot more now, having gone through this process. And we're going to be watching very carefully. And it's not going to be something that just happens in the LEMSA. This is of paramount public concern, and we're going to be making that visible, and we're going to be analyzing it. We're going to be asking questions and using this 4-year period to get to an even better place.
Supervisor Lee.
The
Thank you, Chair Caps. I just want to say I've been struggling with this more than anything that I have voted for so far. So I've been here a little over 30 days, so it's not much, but this is something. This is not an easy decision, but for me, I agree with Supervisor Nelson. I understand my fellow colleagues, and I respect that they might have a different decision, but at this point, I cannot support this settlement.
Thank you. Well, this is brings to life the phrase "a rock and a hard place," as has been alluded to. This has been a saga. This has been years. I think it's really important to remember we're all on the same side. We're all trying to serve the people of this county, and of course, in life and death, that's the most crucial way in which we serve. And I have profound respect, always will, and even more so having served in this position for our firefighters and the work that they do, incredible heroism. But we also are public servants, and we have to see the whole picture. And we have a hefty lawsuit on our hands with, as been mentioned, the Attorney General of the United States weighing in against what this action this board has taken previously. We also have had a 76-page injunction. This is not moving in the direction that we had wanted it to. It's clear and has been stated this is the best we can do in a very disappointing outcome, but one which there is still room for improvement as we move forward. And we have to focus on the future, and we have to focus on getting the best service we possibly can. This shortens that time period by which we can move forward, and I hope that we can move as one county. We all are on the same team towards that outcome. So I'll be supporting the contract. With that, it looks as though we need a motion.
I'll move, is it A23? A11?
G.
Staff recommendation.
I will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Lee?
No.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, with that, I think I want to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to move to our last administrative agenda item, which is item A23.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 23 is from the Human Resources Department. It is to set a hearing to consider amendments to the compensation ordinance and resolution for elected officials, and this is to set a hearing for February 25th, 2025. And we have 2 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to begin here in Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Terry Strickland on Zoom. Andy?
Chair Capps, members of the board, I know this is a set hearing, but we were really disturbed with the documents that are being used to set the hearing. And specifically, the county has always had benchmark counties that you compare yourself to. And the criteria for those benchmark counties are that the counties would be limited to the following: total population of more than 250,000, but less than 500,000 people, suburban to rural environments, that they would not contain a large metropolitan city, and that they would be known for their scenic beauty and environmental focus. But in this item, you are comparing and contrasting the proposed wage increase to 8 of the largest counties in California, including Los Angeles with 10 million people and a $30 billion budget. Orange County, Riverside, Santa Clara, Alameda, and the list goes on. Now, San Luis Obispo is in that list. Now, San Luis Obispo is one of your benchmark counties. But your board, some of your board members have up to 4 aides. San Luis Obispo, they have 1 aide per county supervisor. 1, not 4. And so we want an honest, transparent proposal that uses the benchmark counties, not the largest, and also looks at the total cost per office between these counties. We wouldn't mind if you increase your wages over time. Well, you already are doing that at, with COLAs and all that. But the bottom line here, though, our bottom line, we really hated the fact that your staff report compared your job to what others in the job market pay. You don't have a job. You volunteered for public service. It's not like you can say, well, being a county supervisor in Santa Barbara County doesn't pay well enough. I'm going to move to LA and become a county supervisor there. You all know it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. We don't mind if you start increasing it over a period of time by a higher percentage, but a 48% raise, which comes out to about $56,000 in one fell swoop, is just obscene. Nobody asked you to run. Well, some of us, we did ask you to run, and we're happy you did there. We think most of you do a commendable job in what you're doing. But again, it's public service. It's not a job. And we don't think you should look at it in terms of a job market. But again, we wish you'd reschedule this so we have the information ahead of time on what your 8 benchmark counties are actually paying their county supervisors and how many staff people they have. Thank you.
We will now go to Zoom with Terry Strickland. Terry? And Terry, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Oh, saw it just for a moment there. Terry, if you are able to unmute on your end to provide your comments. Fortunately, it appears we are having some technical difficulties with Terry. If so, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, just need a motion to set this a hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, with that, ready, Madam Clerk, we'll move on to general public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 4 requests to speak on general public comment today. We are remaining here in Santa Maria. We're going to begin with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Cheryl Fredrickson. Andy?
Chair Capps, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. Moss Landing was a wake-up call on battery energy storage systems. I drive by one 6 days a week, which is located in southern portion of Nipomo. We didn't know what was going in there. The rumors were solar panels. It turned out to be battery energy storage systems. And to make a long story short, Moss Landing has had 4 fires. San Diego has 3 of these systems. They had 2 fires out of the 3. So these things can blow up. The smoke is toxic. Depending on whether or not we have an inversion layer and wind, the mandatory evacuation zone from Nipomo could be to Betaravia Road. Mandatory evacuation. Beyond Betaravia Road, it would be shelter in place. Shelter in place, this is the official directions for shelter in place. Bring your pets inside, close all doors and windows, close vents, fireplace dampers, turn off heaters, air conditioners, seal gaps under and around the following areas with wet towels, plastic sheeting, duct tape, wax paper, aluminum foil, including doorways, windows, air conditioning units, stove and dryer vents, et cetera, et cetera. These directions have not been widely spread. We've talked to people in the emergency response business, i.e. firefighters, ambulance drivers. The smoke is toxic. I wrote a column on this past week. A guy said his son responded, a firefighter, in full personal protection equipment. He's still got kidney failure because this smoke from the lithium batteries is so toxic. And if you put water on it, it can cause thermal runaway. Santa Maria in the county of Santa Barbara would actually probably beat Nipomo/CAL FIRE to this scene. And we don't think they're prepared. You also have one of these in Goleta under the Stork overpass. We did a map. We think it would affect minimum of 50,000 people with a mandatory evacuation. And again, the freeways, both the 101 here and the 101 down there would be closed because it's literally in the blast zone. And the Nipomo one's only 1,000 feet from the freeway. The Stork one is practically underneath the freeway. So we would like to have a meeting, the board convene a meeting with the county fire and your emergency responders. To make a long story short, I used to be the industrial relations manager at Union Sugar and safety manager. When we had Prop 65 community right to know and emergency response plans, which were developed after the Bhopal, India disaster, which had off-site consequences from an explosion. All of those laws are supposed to make sure that none of us are caught unaware. Darn good chance nothing ever happens there, but it's supposed to be working there for 15 years. There's a problem. I'm scared for my family and also the farm workers. Their negative deck never mentioned dozens of farm workers at the property line. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I respond to that just really quick? Just FYI, based on what we saw up in the Nipomo area, I worked with our chair to schedule a meeting for March 5th before our board where we're going to, March 11th, we're going to have fire, community services, operations and emergency management. We're going to really analyze this and have a public hearing on that on March 11th. So thank you.
We will now go to Cheryl Fredrickson, to be followed by Kathy Ekdahl. Cheryl?
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Cheryl Fredrickson, and I'm a resident of Sunny Hills Mobile Home Community, which is located in unincorporated Orchid of Santa Barbara County. On January 1st of this year, a change in the state of California's mobile home residency law, MRL, which governs the law that affects nearly all mobile home living in the state, were amended to repeal the portion of the law, Article 2, Rental Agreement/Civil Code 798.17, concerning the long-term lease exemption. This section shall remain in effect until January 1st, 2025, and as of that date is repealed. As of January 1st, 2025, any exemption pursuant to this section shall expire. Imagine my surprise when I found out that this change in the long-term lease exemption is being ignored by mobile home park owners and managers because of provision in our own Santa Barbara County Rent Control Ordinance that still exempts mobile home owners like myself from receiving relief from what is described by our very own rent control ordinance as, I quote, rapidly rising exorbitant rents in mobile home parks in the county of Santa Barbara. I would also like to remind you that widowed senior citizen women like myself are the newest growing population of homeless being forced into the streets of California, and Santa Barbara County is no exemption. My rent increase is 4% this year, while the Consumer Price Index, which controls the rent control ordinance, was 3.4. The mobile home residents who are on a month-to-month rental agreement will get a maximum rent increase of just 2.55%. I would also like to point out that the increase in the cost of living adjustment, COLA, in my Social Security payment rose only to 2.5%. While I'm grateful for the increase, the next several years may determine if I and my neighbors who are in the same situation will be able to afford to go on living in the very homes which we actually own. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Supervisor Nelson wants to
Yes, thank you.
comment.
Thank you, Chair Capps. And we usually don't respond to these, but I do think we're getting more and more, we're hearing from a lot of our tenants out there, whether it's especially in our mobile home parks. And in our county, we have a rent control ordinance, but we also have the state, and it's very complicated. And so what I'm hoping to do is get some clarification, maybe from staff at some point in the future. Maybe county HCD might be able to help maybe put out some type of advisory for our mobile home residents on what falls under the county's ordinance, what falls under the state ordinance, how it all applies, because I read through it and I'm confused, and I do this for a living. So I think it'd be really helpful for our constituents out there that are looking at various publications that come out, and maybe we could get that and make that available for our residents who are struggling with potential rent increases. And so in that case, it also helps us understand where there might be operators that may be violating the law or violating our ordinance, or where we may as a body need to look at tightening things up in the future. So if we could get something like that from county HCD to help get some clarification, I think that'd serve us all well.
Is that direction then to staff, Supervisor?
Get something. Yeah, please.
Okay.
We will now go to Kathy Ekdahl to be followed by Steve Wagner, who is our final speaker. Kathy? Alrighty, we will now go to Steve Wagner, who is our final speaker on the general public comment today.
Hello, I'm Steve Wagner, and I'm the Associate Manager for the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League for North Santa Barbara County, which means when a mobile home owner has a complaint, they call the state organization. The state organization calls me. I go to that mobile home owner, find out the rules and regulations of the park, the county laws, the state law, see if they have a case or not. So we're talking about the Santa Barbara County Mobile Home Rent Control Ordinance, which the paper that you all have in front of you actually answers the question that Supervisor Bob Nelson asked. The state decided to eliminate the lease requirement for exemption. The county also agrees in their mobile home ordinance. It says managers shall follow state law. So it's a done deal. It's a done deal. Now, when we go, the rent control ordinance does not exist for long-term renters as long as the managers don't recognize its existence and its validity. There's no meet and confer. There's no arbitration because they don't believe our rent control ordinance affects them. They just go on with what they do. Also, in our ordinance, it says we can go to small claims court and argue about the rent increases. But can you imagine the backlog of cases if all these people go to small claims court? It would be sort of crazy. So what we're asking the Board of Supervisors to do is draft a letter to each management company of the mobile home park saying, hi, Happy New Year. We have a rent control ordinance and it exists. Please follow it. And there are penalties. And these penalties are pretty bizarre and drastic. So I don't want to see people paying $500 fines or going to 6 months in jail for not following it. I just want them to follow our laws. And we had people before talking about how it affects them when they don't get the rent control. And that's really all I have to say is please draft a letter to the management companies, follow the law, and I would ask also to receive an answer from them. We got your letter. We saw what's going on now. That's about it. So hopefully you guys can do that. And it's really a done deal, easy peasy, because the law is in existence. Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Yes.
In your role, could you write such a letter?
I'm sorry?
In your role, could you write such a letter?
I certainly could. Yes. Would you write it? No. She won't write it, but I can. But you can see she's very well behaved otherwise. Thank you so much.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Excellent. Thanks to our members of the public. Now let's move on, please, to our first departmental item, the Wine Improvement District.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the proposed Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District, SBCWID formation.
Good morning, Chair Capps and Board of Supervisors. My name is Brittany Oderman, and I am the Deputy CEO, and I'm here today with Allison Laslett from the Santa Barbara County Vintners Association, who is sponsoring this item to form the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District. Allison is going to walk you through some similar information that was presented to you on December 17th of last year regarding what is a wine improvement district and why the Santa Barbara Vintners are invested in forming it. On 12/17, your board took the initial step in the formation process by adopting a resolution of intention to form the WID, or Wine Improvement District. Since that time, a public notice was sent to all of the affected businesses, and that's all the wine tasting facilities in the county. And on January 14th, the board held a public meeting to take public comment on this item. And then each of the 8 cities has adopted a resolution of consent to participate in the Wine Improvement District. So there's been a long line of items that have come either before you or to the various jurisdictions to get this done. The formation of this business improvement district does require board action today as the sponsoring government agency to hold the final hearing declaring results of the majority protest proceedings, adopt a resolution of formation of the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District, and then make the CEQA determination. Now I'm going to introduce Ms. Laslett to walk you through the next couple of slides.
Chair Capps, members of the board, thank you for having me back. I'm Allison Laslett. I'm the CEO of the Santa Barbara Vintners, which is the trade association for the Santa Barbara County wine region. To refresh your memory, what is a wine bid? It is a business improvement district, which is a geographical area that designates itself to assess the industry contained within that area. In this instance, it is the vintners of Santa Barbara County who are interested in assessing themselves to improve business activity, to improve community, industry, and government engagement and education, to build the region's reputation, and to attract new visitors to the wineries. There are currently 3 wine improvement districts in California. There are several others that are pursuing formation of this. Next slide. The assessment structure is 1% on all direct-to-consumer sales that incur California retail sales tax. The boundaries are the County of Santa Barbara, which includes the 8 cities which have approved the resolution to join this business improvement district. The assessment is on tasting room sales, wine club, events, food, merchandise. It is not on wholesale, and it is not on out-of-state sales. Next. What will our money be spent on? Primarily, the majority of it will be marketing, brand awareness, and PR. We also will have events, community engagement, government education, and industry education. There are other areas of improvement that we are considering that will be decided by the board once it is formed. Funding must be spent on programs and activities that benefit the payors. So the vintners must be the beneficiaries of this assessment. Next, how the money gets remitted. This is important and has been pretty carefully designed. You're familiar with the consulting firm HDL, which the county already contracts with to manage taxes. So we have the ability and opportunity to contract with HDL for a 2% administrative fee, to have them collect the assessment from the vintners and pay it back to the association. We're particularly interested in this because since HDL already has access to the tax records and our bid has been designed as 1% of California retail sales, they will be able to audit that all of the vintners are paying the appropriate amount of assessment and also assure the county that the appropriate assessment is being collected. Next.
Thank you, Ms. Laslett. I just wanted to run through some general information about the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District. Just generally, so for your information, only a county or city can form a benefit assessment district and levy an assessment. So as you may know, the county's approved resolutions of consent for 2 other business improvement districts in the unincorporated county, the San Ynez Valley Tourism bid, and the city of Solvang serves as the lead for that one, and the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District, which the city of Santa Barbara serves as lead. So this will be the first district where the county is taking the lead. It is, as Ms. Laslett mentioned, governed by a management district plan, which was included in your packet. You have on late Monday, the correct MDP went out, dated November 26th, and that's because Lompoc took a late action to adopt a resolution of consent. And so that MDP that you have, that you received on Monday is the current one with the city of Lompoc included. And so as I mentioned, the county is the lead government agency. And then we are suggesting that we would designate the Santa Barbara County Vintners Association as the owners association for the WID. The Owners Association is responsible for administering and implementing all of those activities that Ms. Laslett highlighted. And then as required by law, the assessed businesses, as required by law, the assessed businesses, which are the wine tasting facilities, who will pay over 50% of the assessments proposed to be levied, must sign and submit petitions in support of formation of the WID. So this happened, we collected those petitions in advance of the December 17th action with the resolution of intent. To date, we've received 126 petitions that were verified in favor. That totals almost 60% of the total sales tax from wineries. We did receive 4 protest petitions as of Friday, and I have not received any since Friday, but that does not reach the 50% protest threshold. And then finally, just a few considerations. Collections of the sales-based assessment does require a new assessment collection process to be designed and implemented. And the county does not have a role in collection of sales tax. That is a function of the state. And so that's where this contract with HDL comes in. HDL, we do currently do business with HDL. They are responsible for doing projections and revenue projections for our sales tax currently. They also do collect sales tax that the state has been not able to collect, and so they have experience in this realm. They also do this type of assessment collection for other jurisdictions, mainly several cities and a few counties. So that proposed third party will be contracted by the county to administer the collection of the assessments. And as Ms. Laslett mentioned, that cost is funded by the Business Improvement District. There will be some minimal county staffing resources required to administer and oversee that contract, and also an agreement with the Vintners Association as they function as the Owners Association to ensure compliance with the Management District Plan. And consideration of county staff reimbursement will be part of the agreement between the Santa Barbara County Vintners Association and the County of Santa Barbara, which staff will return with, as well as a contract with HDL for assessment collection services if the board chooses to adopt the resolution of formation. So finally, just to review, today we're holding the final hearing declaring the results of the majority protest proceedings. As I mentioned, the protest petitions did not reach the 50% threshold. We're adopting the resolution of formation of the Santa Barbara County Wine Improvement District and making that CEQA determination. And I am available for questions, as well as Ms. Laslett.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Help me with this for a second. So each vote, is it one for one, or is it each, it's a percentage, right? It's
That's
weighted
correct. Thank
differently?
you for that question. So the vote is weighted by the total amount of sales of that facility compared to all of the facilities in the county. And HDL was contracted to actually calculate that vote, and we use the fiscal year 23-24 total sales numbers for wine tasting facilities. And so as each petition came in, we would take that business and look at their percent of sales. And that was all done with HDL and the county confidentially, and we got to that almost 60% threshold.
Understand. So I actually am interested in what the number is of those 4 votes that we have that are.
It's a little less than 2. Yeah, a little less than 2%.
Less than 2%. Okay. I was just curious on what that represented as far as, so it's far below the threshold for protest.
Correct. Thank you for that question.
All right.
That's correct, Supervisor Nelson. It was, I believe, 1.2%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just had a question. This has been a Herculean effort. I know years have gone into this, and you've come to the board now 3 times, and I heard you present to the mayors, and you go to each city. It's quite the process. My hat's off to you in terms of all the work that's gone into this, and I just am curious if this is the last step for us here at the county. Number 3.
Thank you, Chair Capps. This is the last step in terms of forming the Wine Improvement District. As I mentioned, staff will return with a contract with HDL for that collection services, and also an agreement with the Vintners Association to function as the Owners Association. But at that point, those are next steps. The formation of the WID would be this final step today, adopting the resolution of formation.
Great. And I understand Lompoc came back around, so congratulations on that. And I just wanted to say congratulations on the professionalism by which you've moved this process forward. It's been exemplary, and just, again, I had no idea that there would be so many steps to this process, but I'm glad to see that we've gotten to this one today. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, there are a lot of different interests in our wine business, and for almost 60% to come together like this is really quite a show. And for them to come together, then it brings in the county and all 8 cities. So I think that's really a testament to a lot of hard work and the success of partnership and collaboration. I had a question just for internally. This is the first bid that we're the lead agency. What different departments were working on this in the county? Ms. Soderman, you and others?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. With this particular effort, we did consult with the Auditor Controller's Office as well as council, but really it was mainly the County Executive Office working with the Vintners Association, which Ms. Laslett and her team did a lion's share of the work. They actually went to Lompoc twice for this particular item. So,
Well, I just wanted to thank staff. I know this came up before. There was a huge investment. Now this time we're getting it over the finish line. And it's something new. And it took a lot of exploring and adapting and trying to figure things out. And I just think our staff deserve a lot of credit, as well as the Vintners Association kind of relying on other areas and being able to show us the path. So anyway, kudos to all involved. I'm hugely supportive of this.
thank you.
Okay, looks like we're ready for a motion then, Supervisor Hartman. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. Apologize.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to remain here in Santa Maria with Steve Pepe, to be followed by Stephen Janes. Steve?
Good morning, Supervisor, Chair Katz and Supervisors. I'm Steve Pepe on behalf of Clo Pepe Vineyards. There is one item that I think you need to address and consider in the bid, and that is the legal cost of who's going to defend the bid. Litigation in this will be in the Central District Court in LA, not in your local hometown, Santa Barbara. The jurors will be from 3 or 4 different counties. Whether the County Council has the bandwidth to defend First Amendment claims or not, I don't know. I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's asking the Vintners to reimburse the county, but the Vintners agreement is really illusory. They have no assets. They don't own anything. They don't have any bank accounts. What you need to do is you need to get the billionaire winery owners to defend this, or if they don't want to do it, I think you have 2 choices when you're sued. You can condition approval of the bid on the posting of a bond to cover the cost of defense, or you can require that the funds collected by the bid be used to pay the legal fees, including the county's costs and the judgment which comes against the county. There's no way that the taxpayers of the county should be paying to defend a lawsuit by the billionaire winery owners who want to tax the consumers 1%. And it's nice to talk about votes, but the person who's paying this tax are the consumers, and nobody voted the consumers, and nobody from the consumers has spoken. And once this thing gets implemented and the people start seeing the 1% added, there's going to be a big pushback. Because of that, a number of the supporters, some of whom are in the room, have already said that they're not going to charge their customers. They're going to pay the 1% themselves, which is what they should do. But the reason they're not going to charge their consumers is because they know they're going to get beat up badly in the internet and on social media. And that again shows why the 1% shouldn't be paid by the consumer. It should be paid by the billionaire winery owners, because what it's going for is for their advertising and marketing. So I think you have an obligation to make sure that when litigation occurs, that the county is protected and that you are not footing the bill for it. Thank you.
We will now go to Stephen Janes, to be followed by Kate Griffith, who is our final speaker. Stephen?
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time. Obviously, thank you so much for allowing this motion and this process to proceed. It's obviously been a lot of time, a lot of bandwidth from all of you studying it. Certainly, I know the county staff, county CEO. It's been so much energy put into it, and we all do really very much appreciate it. I remember back in mid-December, Joan, and you kind of echoed it again today, that one of the charms of this county and this industry is that there's so many different personalities and so many different types of wines. It stretches all over the global wine map, and to have over 60% or close to 60% on board and unified, it's been really remarkable to see. And so in many ways, this issue has actually brought us all closer together. To have 45 to a 0 vote for 8 different cities is also really impressive, and I do agree that it's a kudos to Allison and her team. I know that there's a lot of wineries also who have invested a lot of time in this process, and I know many of them are here. So for those who are in favor, could you please stand and join in this? That's excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all your time. Other than that, just again, really appreciate your listening to us. And in many ways, you've actually more unified the industry than it's ever been. So thank you.
We will now go to Kate Griffith, who's our final speaker on this item. Kate?
Thank you. I'm Kate Griffith, Flying Goat Sellers from the City of Lompoc. Dear Board of Supervisors, given the Lompoc City Council's reconsideration of the wine bid last Friday, and in the spirit of inclusion and transparency within the Santa Barbara wine community, I have several requests. First, the Santa Barbara Vintners provide the technical and/or financial support for every winery requiring POS system integration for transition to and maintenance of the wine bid, such as, for example, I use Shopify Bloom, and they're not going to make that investment, I can assure you. Winery owners should not incur any expense for collecting the wine bid assessment. Also, there should be transparency for customers to see the wine bid assessment and the additional tax placed on it for their orders. Santa Barbara Vintners' full reimbursement to wineries for the necessary app development is an alternative solution. Second of all, the Santa Barbara Vintners provide the wineries with the HDL report on the wine sales for each Santa Barbara County jurisdiction that was used for their 2024 bid projected annual assessment of $1.65 million and going forward. The Vintners stated at the Friday council meeting that Lompoc wine sales contributed 10% of the wine budget. I find that hard to believe, considering how aggressively they've pursued the city of Lompoc to be included in the wine bid. I also believe that the 2024 HCL report may reflect Lompoc wine sales to be closer to 25%, especially given that there are 72 distinct wine brands registered with an O2 ABC license within the city of Lompoc. It's important that Lompoc wineries benefit from the wine bid marketing budget commensurate with their contribution and with relevant messages. Santa Barbara Vintners also need to provide wineries an opportunity to participate in all Vintners events without prejudice to pay-to-play schemes that have been implemented by the Vintners for preferred events in the past. At the Friday council meeting, the Vintners mentioned that the annual Vintners Festival will not be able to accommodate all of the 300-plus members at the current venue. The Vintners should move the event to another venue that will be inclusionary, not exclusionary, perhaps considering a venue in Lompoc. Finally, I'd like to point out that there is a misperception that 59% of the wineries in Santa Barbara County voted in favor of the wine bid. In fact, as has been described earlier, there was a weighted vote so that the wineries who had 59% of the wine sales voted for it, which means the largest wineries in the county. The majority of wineries in Santa Barbara County are small boutique wineries with owner-operators wearing many hats. Please alleviate more burden on us. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I guess two questions then. One is about if there is a legal challenge and what that means for the county. And the second is for Ms. Laslett, if you would comment on how the Vintners Association will support the small wineries so that they're able to comply with these new procedures.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. On the legal challenge, in all of our conversations and negotiations around forming this wine improvement district, it was always made clear to the Vintners Association that the agreement between the county and the Vintners Association would indemnify the county. And so when that comes to, you'll see that language. I'm working closely with council to ensure that the language is strong enough to uphold. And that's, so that was a consideration from the very beginning. Thanks. And then Ms. Laslett, do you want to answer the question about the smaller wineries? Thanks.
Yes, I'd be happy to. We did address some of those issues at the Lompoc hearing on Friday. The point of sale systems do need to be, if a winery is going to itemize out the 1% and not include it and pay it themselves, then it is our obligation to pay for that process through the winery, and we did state that at that meeting. The 10% for Lompoc sales came from HDL, from data that was collected from 2018 to 2022. So that was the data that we had from our last bid effort, and we were able to see that in each of those years, when we averaged it out, Lompoc is responsible for 10% of sales. I am not able to provide the 2023-2024 data that was used to calculate the weightings because it is confidential and that is not given to me. That is only owned by the county. So that is not something that I am able to present or provide an answer for. But I'm happy to answer any other questions anyone may have.
So any other questions from the board before we move to comments? Supervisor Hartman?
So comments. I almost asked when all the supporters of the wine bid were standing up, how many of you are billionaires? It seems to me that this is a way for the wineries across the board to pool their resources and be able to advertise really the Santa Barbara brand. And I believe that's going to benefit, if you're doing, the billionaires can advertise their own winery. They don't need to pool together. But we've always been disaggregated by individual winery and by AVA. And now this is Santa Barbara. And for the hotel bids, they're again fragmented. And so we don't get the benefit of promoting the Santa Barbara brand, which is pretty spectacular to promote. So I think the wine bid is something for other visitor serving entities to benefit from, because you're going to be promoting our whole region. So again, I'm very supportive, and I have to say, I am a consumer. I imagine all of us are, and I'm sure that Birthday Boy is going to be doing it tonight.
I'm going to do my part.
But it won't be at a tasting room. But I have to say, I don't think 1% is a big deal.
Supervisor Lee.
Just a comment. First, I just want to congratulate you for bringing great work to the wine industry and bringing everybody together, especially the cities. That was not an easy task, and you did a great job. And I'm looking forward to see what the next generation of Santa Barbara County wine looks like. So this is a very exciting time for us and for you too. So thank you for your hard work. So I'm fully support this.
Yeah, and I'll just add, just again on the process, because I'm still sort of just so impressed with how all of you have organized. Certainly there's some dissenters, but you've created a lot of consensus with your leadership, Allison. And then, again, I recognize that this didn't go so well the last time this was attempted. So this isn't. It might look, from my vantage point, might look much easier than it's been because of your professionalism and the way that you've presented all this data and information. And for those of you that's shown up to so many meetings, thank you for doing so. I'm happy to lend my support. So we just need a motion, I believe.
I will move A through C in today's staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There's been a request for a photo. You're welcome to do it. So as we take a second to go for the next one. Anyway, whatever you want to do. Okay, we'll move to the next one. All right, I think Kelsey got it.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Probation Department and the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding alternative sentencing program statistics and annual policy review.
Good almost afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. We are here today to provide you with an update and a report out on the alternative sentencing program. Alternative sentencing program is a collaboration between the Sheriff's Office and the Probation Department. Our departments have worked to improve access to the program, as well as our data collection and supervision of the folks that are in the program. And today we've got Commander Ken Callahan and Deputy Chief Spencer Cross, who will be, providing you with today's update. And obviously myself and Damon are here to answer any additional questions that may come up also.
Good morning, Supervisors. Pursuant to Penal Code 1203.016, parenthetical D, parenthetical 1, we have submitted our rules and regulations for this program to your board from both the Sheriff's Office and Probation Department. The statistics provided are from calendar year of 2024. During this year, the program's average daily population has been approximately 63 individuals. In 2024, 722 individuals completed their sentences on the program, and only 39 were unsuccessful. This equals a 95% success rate for those being placed on the program. Next slide. As you're aware, in 2022, the Sheriff's Office Probation Department began collaborating on a combined effort of eligibility and supervision of the alternative sentencing program. The Sheriff's Office determines eligibility and acceptance in the program, and the Probation Department handled the supervision of participants in the field. Deputy Cross will cover more in this area with his presentation. During the calendar year of 2024, a total of 1,240 applications were submitted, and 1,107 of those applications were approved for the program. This equals an 89% acceptance rate for all applications submitted. All individuals sentenced to county jail are eligible for the program, except for individuals who have a current hold or violation, disqualifying charges, or a history of charges that would disqualify them from the program. The automatic program disqualifiers are as follows: PRCS violations, flash incarcerations, 290 sex offender registrants, those charged with homicide or attempted homicide.
I'm sorry, could you go back and explain in layman's language what those mean?
All right. I have the definition for one of them right here. So PRCS is post-release community supervision of felons. And then flash incarcerations are incarcerations of individuals who go to court and a judge sentences them to a very small period of time, generally up to 10 days inside the facilities. 290 sex registrants are individuals who violate the law and have to register their sex offenses. Individuals charged with homicide or arson are the arson registrants. Court-ordered no alternative sentencing, so there are times the judges will indicate an individual is not eligible for alternative sentencing to be placed on the program. Along with that is individuals who are charged or have a history of stalking, rape or history charges, mayhem, torture, or human traffic violations. All other charges and violations, both current and or in the past, are considered on a case-by-case basis for acceptance in the program. Next slide.
Could I ask a question? Yes.
Supervisor Hartman.
So, who developed those violations as the ones that are not eligible? Does that come from the state or is that local?
That would be local. And they have been in place for years now. I can't give you the exact amount of years, but quite a number of years. All right. So during this calendar year, it took an average of 14 days to approve an applicant. This includes the home check completed by probation before approval into the program. Also during this year, we increased the capacity for bookings from 6 per day to 12 admissions per day at each facility. The booking days are on Monday and Wednesday are from the main jail location in Santa Barbara, as well as Tuesdays and Thursdays for the Northern Branch Jail location. Our goal is to get every applicant booked onto the program as soon as their application is approved. But ultimately, the date they go on the program is up to them. This is because the court allows the time from sentencing date to the start of the sentence. Often this can be months from the time of sentencing to the time they have to turn themselves in. Applications are available online and at both facilities. We currently see a mixture of applications being submitted online and or in person at both locations. Generally, North County sees a higher number of applications submitted compared to South County. And my apologies, but the last bullet point on this slide should read from July 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2024, a total of 1,785 clients have been supervised by electronic monitoring by probation. The highlighted section should have been removed. Now I hand this over to Deputy Chief Cross.
Thank you, Chair Capps and Supervisors. As mentioned by Under Sheriff Bonner, I'm Spencer Cross, a Deputy Chief Probation Officer with the Probation Department. Within the Adult Services, we have a number of units throughout the county, and one of these specialized units that we operate is called the Field Training and Monitoring Unit. This unit contains our 3 dedicated alternative sentencing deputy probation officers and 1 senior deputy probation officer. As mentioned, our collaboration with the Sheriff's Department began on July 1st, 2022, and it was at that time the Probation Department began supervising clients on electronic monitoring. The supervision component of alternative sentencing includes the referral of clients to appropriate services and resources and treatment, completing field contacts at the client's residence to ensure compliance with program regulations, responding to violations and addressing situations with the lowest level of intervention, and supporting the client's successful completion of their jail sentence while in the community. From July 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2024, as Commander Callahan mentioned, we've supervised 1,785 total individuals with a median of 17 days under supervision. We included a snapshot of the number of individuals on supervision in the slide that you were looking at, and you'll see that we had a high of clients in 82 in March, and then the lowest in December of 49. The lower numbers before December holiday is a trend that is observed with the number of enrollments. In January of this year, which is not on that chart because we weren't in there yet when we created this slideshow, we have 85 total enrollments in the month of January of 2025. On average, 60 new individuals are referred to our supervision program each month. Prior to being supervised on electronic monitoring, the client's risk level and needs are determined to determine how to set them up for success. This information is displayed in the 2 boxes on the left side of the screen. Of the 1,785 clients probation has supervised to date, 80% of those clients were determined to be low risk, 9% were determined to be medium risk, and 11% were high risk. Of those assessed, substance abuse remained the top need, which 75% of those assessed fell into this category. So the deputy probation officers assigned to the alternative sentencing are assigned caseloads of clients and are responsible for installing and removing the devices, monitoring the clients, which includes going to the residences to check on them. As of December 31st, 2024, a total of 710 field contacts had been made. The last illustration, labeled referrals, notes the number of clients that were referred to a program. A total of 976 clients have been referred to a community-based program, with the top 3 programs referred to being Central Coast Headway, Alcoholics Anonymous, and Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, also known as CADA.
One quick second. Supervisor Lavanino.
I got a question on this. So I see the risk level of 80% being low risk, and it's defined. So when we say low risk, medium, high risk, is that of reoffending? Or
that's correct.
Okay, so they're still non-sexual, non-violent, or who's in there?
That's the entire 1,785. Okay. So there could be all different ranges.
Could be all
of chart,
different ranges. Okay. And then do we have different, I'm curious, out of like the high risk, so I'm really impressed with the success of it, with 95% making it through. Do you have that broken down by risk? I mean, when they're high risk, do you still see that 95%, or?
We can get that information. Okay. I don't have that at my fingertips at this moment.
All right, just curious.
Next slide. The last slide reviews the outcomes for clients supervised on the period that we mentioned, July 1st through December 31st. During this time, 1,747 individuals have exited the electronic monitoring program. Of those, as mentioned, 1,654, or 95%, have been successful. And 93 of those total, or 5%, were unsuccessful. The Sheriff's Office and the Probation Department define client success for EM by whether or not the client completes their court-ordered sentence while on the EM program. If a client was returned to jail to complete their sentence, this would be categorized as an unsuccessful completion. There are a variety of reasons a client may be unsuccessful. This could include a series of minor violations or a single major violation. A majority of clients are unsuccessful due to positive alcohol and drug tests, going out onto warrant status, failing to keep their equipment charged, or repeated instances of unauthorized locations. In closing, I'd like to add the Probation Department and Sheriff's Department meet monthly to review statistics, discuss program operations, review the reasons clients were placed in the denial category, and look to review what barriers may have kept somebody from being placed on the program. This review process also allows the departments to strategize on ways to increase those placed on the alternative sentencing program. Overall, the collaboration with the Sheriff's Department remains positive, and we continue to share a common goal of reducing the jail population and providing an effective alternative to incarceration. Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavigno.
Thank you. So I'm curious how the technology has changed. I remember doing a walkthrough maybe 10 or 12 years ago where it was just some deputies sitting there with computer screens that are just kind of watching the ankle bracelets. Is that progressed from that, or does that still work? Where are we at?
The technology, Supervisor Lavigno through the chair, the technology remains the same. Battery life has improved. Technology as far as the platform and the computer software has improved. For this, it's very basic. We put exclusion zones around their house. If they leave, we know where they're going. So it's very basic. Obviously, they're coming out with newer technology, longer battery life, where it can maybe be 5 days before charging. One of the biggest things we see in the problems is just having them charge. It's something that you have to do fairly regularly, and so
I'm sure their cell phones charge.
Yeah, as long as they don't charge while they're driving, which we've also seen. But there's specific rules we give them. They sign a thing saying they're going to keep it charged, and we do our best. The service monitors let us know when they get to a certain percentage battery of life, so we'll contact them and let them know.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Oh, one last thing. I was wondering if, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, for every day that person's not in the jail, the cost savings associated with that. And what's that analysis look like?
Supervisor, through the chair. So approximately during this 2024 year span, was considered around 23,517 inmate days. That's what it accounted for, everyone with their sentences. The cost to house somebody inside the facility is about $332 a day. The cost to place someone on the program is about $90.45 a day. So there's significant savings there.
I'm going to do that math. No, I'm just not. $200 times 23,000, somewhere in there. Yeah.
It comes to about total 23,000 times 332 is roughly 7.8 million. And I believe the other one is roughly 2 million.
2 million, right.
2 million.
Okay. Wow. Very effective. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I have a couple questions. Thanks for this presentation. It seems as though this is a very successful program and fiscally very responsible to be saving so much money. How can we expand it? What are the ways in which we can expand it? And can probation serve more of a role in terms of getting people to apply?
So what we see is the majority of the individuals are the low risk that are already kind of out. They're not in custody right now. And they put the applications in, and the majority, 95% of them will all get onto the program. The area where we can grow a little bit more is those in custody, who are currently in custody, and those are considered the high-risk individuals.
Mm-hmm.
The unfortunate part is a lot of the individuals that do qualify, that don't have charges, don't have violations, or aren't sentenced to prison or going to prison, don't want the program. They don't want the rules and regulations. They don't want the home detention. When they're out, they want to be out. And that's one of the huge barriers we have. We have worked on areas with individuals who are in custody who may have current out-of-county warrants, and we work with them. If we find out that, we contact the other county to find out if they're willing to site release that individual and for a pending court date in the future, and then we can get them out on the program. We've been successful with that happening. Other areas where we've had problems getting people on the program is individuals showing up under the influence or recently used or currently drinking. And that we help give them resources, try to get them to come in and not have used for a few weeks before they come in and try to get them help. And that's where probation also gives them resources to look into.
So are we having any issues getting people to apply? Is that a challenge?
Just those inside the facilities.
I see.
Those who are not in the facilities or coming in, they want the program. They don't want to come inside the facility itself.
And is that where does probation enter in at that point if they're in the facility in terms of getting them to apply?
Probation does not do anything in the facility. Our role is from the beginning, our investigating officers who write pre-sentence reports. We've moved the pre-screening. So before, they would wait till they'd be screened, and then they would go and apply. The court sometimes gives them up to 6 months to apply to the program. And so what we found was some clients would wait till the last minute, all of a sudden submit their application, then they wouldn't have time to be applied, and then they'd have to go back to court in order to get an extension for a new remand date. And so we back that all the way up to when our investigation officers are writing the reports to explain the program to them then. And then if they are, for example, a sex offender or have an arson or some charge that may preclude them, to give them that information early on in the process so they don't go to court thinking that they're acceptable for the program. And so we send a pre-screening to the Sheriff's Department through our investigations unit saying, hey, this person's interested, and then that way they can include that information in the report to try and speed up. So there's not people applying that really wouldn't make it, because they get a lot of applications, they get just denied right off the bat. Based off the exclusions. And so we've done that part. And then as far as probation inside the jail, we do have our jail assessors. We do have people inside the jail that help, coordinate. If there's someone that needs to have a signature or something, that the Sheriff's Department can help use us to go in and talk to them. But anything inside the jail is mainly their responsibility.
Chair Capps, if
Yes,
I can
please.
add real quick in response to that, I do want to point out a couple things that we have done to try to increase the availability of this program to folks that are in the jail. The first is that we made the application much more readily available to them. And most recently, we've actually started a program where when somebody is sentenced and we become aware that they are sentenced and potentially eligible, we are now proactively contacting them and providing them with the form instead of just leaving it to them to recognize it and them to seek it from us. So we're proactively having our folks provide it, talk to them, let them know that this is a program that's available to them.
So I'm going to, did I see somewhere that the goal was to increase this program by 50%?
I think that was an aspirational goal in years past. But, I mean, we're certainly looking for all of the potential efficiencies, looking for the potential to expand it safely. And that kind of goes toward Supervisor Lavanino's point of making sure that we're getting the right individuals out there that are not impacting the safety and security of our communities for everybody else.
So I'll ask a leading question under Sheriff Bonner. Is this a priority for the sheriff?
It is one of many priorities, but yes, that's why we're working together collaboratively on this and trying to find that right balance to do it, to increase it, but to increase it safely that's not negatively impacting, again, all of our safety and security out in the community.
Thank you. And last question I had, building on Supervisor Hartman's question about criteria. When is the criteria reviewed? Is that something that happens regularly in terms of who's eligible?
Yes, we generally review it once a year.
Okay.
And we go through it and try to look. And since the initial, when we started with probation, we've reviewed it a number of times. And as Deputy Chief Cross says, monthly we look at all of our denials to see what is being denied and who's being denied and why. Currently, there was at one point barriers of cell phones if someone didn't have a cell phone. We have now eliminated that barrier. So as of 2025, individuals will be put out because they'll be given a cell phone to use during that time so we can make contact with them.
That's a great example. Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I had a couple of questions. First of all, I mean, if they're on this program, they have like an ankle bracelet. And does that tell us where they are? So it's like my husband can follow me in my car because it's like that.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Yes, it's a 24/7 monitoring that goes through a service, and then our officers have software that they can see them on a map, so they know exactly where they are at all times.
And they're not allowed to leave their home?
They're allowed to leave if they're scheduled to leave. For example, if you have a job, you can
I
leave. If you have
see.
to go to the hospital or there's
Or
certain
grocery
exclusions.
shopping, or I mean, there's a
It's all scheduled, so there's a
Ah,
15-minute window. You get to go, say, 1 to 2. You'll be out to your doctor's appointment. If you're not back by 2:15, then we'll get an alert, and then we'll follow up.
Got it.
Can I just interject right there? One of the cool things that I saw was one of the people that was on probation was not supposed to be in a certain area because they had an issue with a relationship. They could tell if they were getting anywhere near that area.
Ah.
It's pretty cool. You can just sit there and watch what's going on all day. I mean, I might get tired of it after about a half hour.
But you get alarms if they go in that area where they're
yeah.
not supposed to be. So I'm trying to understand a little bit more who is on this program. I mean, you said substance abuse, but that's probably the cause for their criminal violations. So what kinds of things have they done? And have we done any analysis? I mean, if people are in this program as opposed to serving time in jail, is recidivism less likely? Do we know? Can we answer that?
I can answer as far as charges. Anything qualifies other than those charges that we designate as, that we talk to restrictive. And that can be anywhere from people who are fighting to DUIs to a multitude of charges, drug offenses, and everything like that. So there's a broad spectrum of everybody who charge-wise. And I can say I have not done the analysis yet as to the recidivism of the individuals who are placed on the program.
So how many people are eligible for this program on average I mean, either you do this or you go to jail, right?
Yes, so one of the areas, so the courts, they sentence individuals, like I was saying, individuals who are outside of custody and they get sentenced to jail time. The judge will give them a window of when they can, from the date of sentence, to turn yourself in to complete your sentence. Those individuals, it's hard to track how many of those are out there. That we don't know. It just depends on who's getting sentenced every day and if they've given jail time, if they're allowed to go on the program. For 2024, the jail has averaged about 200 sentenced people per month. That's before you deal with individuals who have prison sentences or awaiting transport, or back in custody, or waiting retrials, any of the exclusionary charges or anything like that. So that's kind of the area where inside the facility, that those are the individuals that are eligible for the program or could be put on the program. And those are the ones we talked about who don't want the program, that are eligible, that we go, and Undersheriff spoke about, we proactively, when they're sentenced, we go try to get them on the program to see if they want the program.
So I think you've touched on this, but what are the key barriers that you're still facing to getting more people in this program?
So one of the key barriers is, let me go over to the statistic page here real quick. One is individuals in homelessness and not having a place to be. When that does happen, we identify someone who wants to be on the program and they actually qualify for the program.
Oh.
We actually put them in charge with our discharge planners to help find them a residence so then they can go on the program. One of the others is individuals might be sentenced on one case or two cases, but still have a few cases open. And therefore, they're not fully sentenced and they're not qualify under the law. We have also individuals, like you said, have out-of-county warrants and wouldn't qualify, but we've also have ways to mitigate that by we contact the other county to see, hey, look, are you going to come pick this individual up or not? And if they're not, then we get them out on the program.
So what's your priority to increase the numbers over the next 6 months?
Our priorities is, one, working with our incarcerated population, trying to convince those who are currently in the population that they do want to go on the program.
And the reason they don't? I mean, who would want to be in jail?
A lot of individuals do not like, that are incarcerated, do not want to be out with the ankle monitor on them. Follow under our rules, because once you get out, and once you're out, you do finish your sentence, you're out. You don't have to worry about, you see probation every once in a while, but ultimately you're not out.
So how does it differ for people who decide to go with the bracelet? They're monitored for a longer period of time?
The individual that is going to bracelet serves their whole sentence on the bracelet, and they're kind of tracked all the time.
And how does that compare to those who are in jail? Again, I'm not tracking why anybody would want to stay in jail.
I don't know how to answer why anybody would want to stay in jail. I do know, from our staff speaking with the individuals, trying to get to them, they don't want the program. They don't want to follow our rules on the program for their sentence. And they know that probation is going to be actively supervising them, doing home checks, random drug tests. There's also the fact that if you have a monitor on you, there's individuals that you might associate with that don't want to be around you when you're on the outs, because you could have contact with probation. Probation could be at your home. So those are some of the reasons.
Under Sheriff Bonner, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, 31 years ago, I started working in the jail, and it was a different program, a little bit different at the time. However, the problem similar to that still existed. We would have inmates that just wanted to come in and do their 1 year parole violation. Just leave me alone, let me do my 1 year, and let me go on. I want to be out free and clear with nothing else hanging over me. And I think there is a distinct component of that still happens with this.
So aren't you just a year with the bracelet on home arrest? Or is it a longer period of supervision?
No, you would just have your sentence. Your sentence is your sentence. So no matter the date is the date.
But it's
I'm
always,
still not
that,
understanding, but okay.
They would call it their tail. They did not want a tail. That was what the parolees would talk about 31 years ago. And they were free and clear. They come, they do their time in the jail, and then they were free and clear, walked away with nobody overwatching them. And it was the same way 31 years ago. And so it is that, and that's that reason why we're proactively contacting them, providing with the information and talking to them to try to encourage them to get past it. Because, the inmates talk, and there is this concept of, I'll just come here, do my time here, and I'll be free and clear when I walk out the doors.
One more question. So this used to be just entirely in the sheriff, right? So this is something new to be working with probation in this way. And so I think, could you talk to me a little bit about staffing? I mean, you used to have a certain number of people in the sheriff's office that did this. Did they get transferred to probation, or do you still have them, or how do they work together? Or could you elaborate a bit on the staffing numbers for me?
Yes. Currently, we have 3 custody deputies, 1 senior custody deputy, and a sergeant that actually oversees this unit and multiple other assignments as well. Prior to probation coming in, we had a supervision model, but we didn't go out in the field and we didn't supervise individuals. There's more of an intensive supervision with probation now. In years past, and I'm not sure the number of years, we actually reduced our staffing. I think there was some budgetary with CCP that changed, and we reduced our staffing down by 2 custody deputies and 1 AOP, and that's correlates with about the time where our jail population went down. And so that is currently what the staffing does. Now it's more intensive. Before, as Supervisor Lavanino say, they would look at the tracks in the morning, and really the staff would only look to see if there was any violations. If there wasn't, they would just start processing applications and then do the bookings of individuals and things like that. So there was a supervisor aspect, supervision aspect, but it wasn't as intensive supervision as it is now.
Are we seeing benefits from the more intensive supervision?
I think as the year has been gone by, we've seen a pretty good success rate. I think that as the years build on, we are able to, a lot of statistics we didn't take before. Now we do a lot of statistics as far as applications and the number of individuals coming in, booking people we have a lot of people that fail their bookings, basically. They have a scheduled booking time and don't show up. that we work with probation. If we can't get a hold of them, probation goes out and looks for them, and to talk to them to try to get them to come to their booking or find out why they didn't come to their booking time.
So we have fewer people out there wandering?
Yes, and
Okay.
getting them on the program. So I think we have seen some benefits, and I think year after year, we'll continue to look at the data to see how much more beneficial it is. Again, trying to get the individuals who are in custody, who are at the higher, those individuals that are in custody right now, who are not on the program but want to get in the program, those are the highest risk of individuals. As the undersheriff said, we want to find a way to get those individuals out on the program safely for the community, and finding that balance.
So final question, what should we be looking for next year when you make this report? What's your target?
Well, I know last year they overshot it big time, and I do not want to do that and leave everyone disappointed. I think our goal is to get many people out on the program to improve our communication with the clients inside the jail and get more folks that are inside the jail out on the program.
Good questions. Does CEO Miyasato?
No, I want to just thank Commander Callahan for that. But I would also like, if you don't mind, if I could ask ACO Heitman. She had been head of CCP, and when she was in the probation chief chair, this was something dear to her heart, and that's what she worked with our sheriff on how to expand the program. So I think we look at the data, we're trying to figure out how can we expand the program, given the constraints that were just discussed. So I just wanted to ask her, what are the top maybe 2 or 3 things you think that we should be doing to try to expand the program?
Chair Capps, Supervisors, CEO Miyasato. The program, as kind of has been represented here, did really come forward as a joint program in order to strengthen it, but also to enhance the services to the individuals, which would in turn allow us to expand the program. And unfortunately, at this point, we're not seeing the expansion that was originally anticipated for a lot of different reasons, some of which have been articulated here today. We have brought the criminal justice partners together, and they've discussed this program a number of times. And most recently, there has been some other ideas and suggestions from the other stakeholders as to how we might expand the program, some of which are ideas that have been put forth before but have never been come to fruition. For example, the application for the program, it's been recommended and actually by the Sheriff's Office to have that application be put on the tablet that the inmates have access to so that they can more readily apply for the program and their applications be streamlined and become more efficient. That, for a variety of reasons, hasn't actually happened yet. The probation chief has suggested that we explore releasing those individuals that are going to be released on probation anyway, under probation supervision, releasing them on the last 30 days of their jail sentence, and that we put aside some of the restrictive criteria for who can be on the program, because these are going to be individuals that will be released on probation anyway. It would allow them to get engaged with their treatment and their programming, their services, while under the restrictions of GPS, because when they get out on probation, they are not subject to GPS typically. So that would potentially expand the program. Having a methodology to identify individuals that have barriers, such as a lack of a phone or a residence, have a more streamlined process to refer those to holistic defense or to the probation office as caseworkers or navigators, a variety of other resources outside of the jail as well as inside the jail might improve those outcomes as well. So I think, there are other opportunities that have yet to be explored. I appreciate the fact that the Sheriff's Office is collecting a lot more data, but it's really not about just collecting data for the sake of data, but what are you going to do with it? How is it actionable? What does it mean to us? And we've been collecting data now for over a year, and I think it's time for us to really make something of that and make some changes if we're going to continue to $2 million towards this program. It can be and is a more effective than keeping somebody incarcerated, because you really are getting at the root causes of their criminality while they're out under supervision and mandated to be involved in services. So it's worth the investment, but it really should be an investment that is maximized, in my opinion.
Well said. Supervisor Herman.
Well, I find that very helpful. I mean, I think that you're telling us that you want to reach out to people in the jail and get them to take advantage. The idea of getting this on their tablet, an app, is that something you could do in the next year?
We're currently working on it. We did speak with the tablet provider this last month. There was security issues and translation and programming stuff that, quite honestly, I have no clue about. But they're working on trying to get it as soon as possible.
And you're working on it.
And we're working on it. One thing, too, to note is it's online, and all applications are available in every housing unit as well. And anytime, if they're not in the housing unit, they can ask for one, they'll get it that day. And as the undersheriff said, we're actively handing out to sentence individuals.
And then the idea of releasing, if you've got 30 days and you're going to get out, wouldn't that make sense for this program to kick in? What's your belief about that?
I would say depending on the individual. Again, like I said, there are individuals in custody who are resistant to the program. And by forcing them out to the program earlier, supervision they can end up causing issues. They could violate the program, get brought back to jail, further compounding issues.
I'm not saying forcing, but making that option available.
Yeah, but trying to talk the individuals into, a lot of the individuals that do qualify. But it's definitely an area to look into.
So those are some things we can hear about next year.
Other questions from the board? Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, now it's time for comments, deliberation, et cetera. Well, I appreciate where Supervisor Hartman's gone with these questions. I think it's clear that, or I echo that this is a promising program that saves taxpayers money. It's more humane. And the board has funded $2 million, and I like to see it be more of a priority and utilized more efficiently so that more people apply and more people succeed. So I understand not, making an ambitious goal and then not making it, reaching it makes you not hesitant to give another number, but I do also think that helps gear people towards a goal. I'm not asking for a number, but I just think it does help if you have something in mind to try to increase. And I echo Supervisor Hartman and looking forward to next year's report with hopefully some even more traction in this program. Any other comments? Then I'll entertain a motion. Oh, Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation A through E.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, I want to take a 10-minute break, if that's good with everybody. We just have one more item that should be about an hour, maybe less. And so we'll just push on through after a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, and we're back. It's time for department item number 3, outdoor lighting and signs. Madam Clerk, will you please read it into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amendments to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, MLUDC, County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, Article 2, Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and associated comprehensive plan amendments to adopt updated outdoor lighting, signs, and miscellaneous ordinance amendments, case numbers 24ORD1, 24ORD2, 24ORD3, 24 GPA1, and 24 GPA2.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. As Ms. Alexander read into the record, we have the outdoor lighting and signs ordinance package to present today. It's been to the Montecito Planning Commission and the County Planning Commission with recommendations. I have Ben Singer here, planner in long range planning, and Alex Tuttle, our deputy director. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Singer. Oh, we also have Martha Miller, our consultant, who's been assisting with us, and she's available online.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. As mentioned, I'm here today presenting the outdoor lighting, signs, and other miscellaneous ordinance amendments. We'll be going over everything pretty broadly, but can get into specifics at the end as desired. There are 3 main parts to this, as mentioned, and each has a different purpose behind it. The outdoor lighting amendments are to create a consistent set of regulations around lighting that are easy to use and set a standard for dark sky compliance. The sign amendments are to modernize the regulations around signs that we already have, remove out-of-date language, and make them easier to interpret and apply. And then the miscellaneous amendments are to clarify and modernize a few different parts of the code so that interpreting them and processing projects is easier and more consistent. It'll also remove some outdated noticing language and add some language to help with enforcement on short-term rentals and homestays. Starting with the outdoor lighting amendments, these are the existing regulations from the LUDC and MLUDC, which are pretty minimal. They only require that lighting be hooded and directed away from residential areas and don't interfere with traffic, as well as in the Montecito area, no recreational court lighting. Some of the community plan areas do have additional requirements beyond these, but these are what apply to the whole county inland areas. The coastal zone is basically the same, but includes not directing lighting towards habitat areas. And similarly, some of the community areas have their own additional requirements. All of the regulations in the ordinances and community areas have the same intent, which is to keep lights directed downwards and reduce light pollution, though they all say it in slightly different ways. Getting into what is proposed, we took a lot of the language from the various community plan areas and expanded upon it. There will be exemptions for various lights which don't have to meet the requirements of this section, like traffic lights, certain temporary lights, and very low output lights, which we've set at 60 lumens, as well as more exemptions that aren't shown here. We're also proposing prohibiting search, strobe, and laser lights, mercury vapor lights, and uplighting. We will talk a little bit more about uplighting in a few slides, though. The ordinance will establish new regulations, including maximum light levels with specifics for sensitive habitat, as well as maximum light levels at property lines. There are new general requirements that all lights be fully shielded or full cutoff, though some exemptions or some exceptions to this are allowed if there are certain standards met, which are defined in the proposed code. There are maximum height limits for lights, which depend on if a light is mounted to a building or if it's freestanding. There are also maximum Kelvin ratings proposed of 4,000 for security lights and 3,000 for all other lights. If you're not familiar, Kelvin is basically a measure of how harsh a light is. And I've included a picture of the Kelvin scale here to give you a sense of what those numbers mean. The ordinance also has requirements on timing for lights, so when lights have to be turned off or on a motion sensor with an automatic shutoff. And then there are also a handful of new and updated definitions so that everything we've just added is clear and everyone knows what everything means. Moving on to signs, the LUDC and the MLUDC have a lot more in terms of regulations for signs than they did for lighting. Both ordinances have prohibited signs, exempt signs, permit requirements, general standards, what signs are allowed based on the zone, non-conforming sign requirements, and provisions for violations and enforcement. The coastal zoning ordinance has a lot less for signs. It primarily refers to Article 1 of the county code, except for it has regulations for the Summerland area. Article 1 is the coastal sign ordinance. It was adopted in 1970 and it was last updated in 1995. It does have some of the same regulations as the inland area, like prohibited signs, exempt signs, permit requirements, allowed signs, and things like that. But it also has zone districts that no longer exist and a lot of vague requirements that could really use an update. The updated sign regulations will expand the exemptions and prohibitions that we already have, adding more modern signs, as well as including specifics about coastal access. New, clearer sign measurement standards are also included, some of which are shown here to give you an idea of those. And there are also new standards for things like materials, clearance, illumination, and changeable copy on signs. What signs are allowed is changing a little bit. The current allowances are based on the zone district. The proposed version is based on the development type, the main types being residential, commercial, industrial, and other non-residential. Non-conforming signs are also proposed to be updated so that they're treated like other non-conforming structures, where you're allowed to continue using a non-conforming sign as long as the non-conformance is not exacerbated. There are also new standards on maintaining signs, so keeping them in good repair and readable. And we're proposing some changes to the permits for signs, updating the sign certificate of conformance, which is the normal permit for a sign, and then overall sign plan sections. So overall sign plans are kind of the larger version of sign permits. And we're deleting the sign modification permit type, which is being rolled into the overall sign plan. The main change to the sign certificate of conformance, or SCC, is that they would not be subject to appeal, though if they need design review, they would still be required to get that, and that can be subject to appeal. Finally, there are also new and updated definitions related to signs. For consistency with the sign updates, we're also proposing updates to the Old Town Orchid Design Guidelines, Los Alamos Bell Street Design Guidelines, and Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards. The specific sections that are being changed are cited here, and the updates are all pretty minor and related to changes made by these ordinance amendments. There are also two comprehensive plan amendments proposed as part of this. Similar to the design guidelines, these are for consistency with the lighting and sign ordinances. The changes are to the community plans for the Santa Ynez Valley, Los Alamos, and the Eastern Goleta Valley. One thing to note here is that the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan is both inland and coastal, so there will be a change to the coastal land use plan of our local coastal program as part of that. The changes are listed briefly here and are also minor changes to visual development standards to rely on the new ordinances for regulating outdoor lighting. The two parts being deleted are a development standard in the Eastern Goleta Valley Plan, which calls for adoption of lighting regulations like these, and then attachment H of the Santa Ynez Valley Plan, which is the Santa Ynez lighting regulations, so we're deleting that to let the new ordinance take over. The final portion of these ordinance amendments is a group of miscellaneous changes. We have clarifications to the standards for varying side and rear setback, which this image shows some of, when accessory structures are allowed in the setback area, and the setbacks for interior lots. We're proposing to remove the pool dimension requirements for when you can have a pool cabana, and are also proposing to remove the requirement to notice exemptions for repairs to non-conforming structures. Finally, we're adding some enforcement language related to homestays and short-term rentals and how they are advertised. These amendments were heard by the Montecito Planning Commission on September 18th, and they recommended these four revisions. One, to allow uplighting of specimen trees and the United States flag with a cumulative 500 lumens per tree or flag. Two, require that string lights installed outside of landscaping be hooded. Three, clarify that a 60-day limit on seasonal lighting is on usage of the lighting, not placement of it. And four, require that lights not be directed towards the ocean. The Montecito Planning Commission's recommendations relates to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, the MLUDC, as well as the Montecito Plan Area for the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. but they make 2 recommendations technically. On the MLUDC, they recommend these changes to your board, but for the coastal zone, they made these recommendations to the County Planning Commission, which the County Planning Commission also heard these amendments on November 13th and received the recommendations from the Montecito PC. They carried over the recommendations to for seasonal lighting and lights not being directed towards the ocean. The county PC did not include allowing uplighting of any kind or requiring hooded string lights in their recommendation. There still can be uplighting under very kind of limited circumstances as long as they meet that 60 lumens or less very low output lighting exemption that I mentioned earlier. The county PC's recommendations apply to the LUDC and the coastal zoning ordinance, but the Montecito Planning Commission's recommendations still apply to the MLUDC area. So you do have these 2 different recommendations for the different areas. Your board has the discretion to include or not include these revisions as you see fit. Staff does recommend that you make the same changes across all 3 ordinances just for consistency in all the different areas of the county, though. For environmental review of these proposals, the LUDC and MLUDC amendments, Orchid, Los Alamos, and Montecito design guidelines amendments, and the land use element amendments can all be found exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3. The coastal zoning ordinance amendments, coastal portion of the Montecito design guideline amendments, and coastal land use plan amendments, which is the coastal portion of the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan, can be found exempt pursuant to sections 15061B3 and section 15265. Staff recommends that your board make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, which was attachment A to the staff report or the board agenda letter, determine the comprehensive plan amendments, ordinance amendments, and design guideline amendments are exempt from CEQA, which was attachment B, approve the outdoor lighting signs and miscellaneous ordinance amendments by adopting those ordinances, which are attachments C, D, and E, adopt resolutions approving the land use element and coastal land use plan amendments, which were attachments F and G, adopt resolutions approving the design guideline amendments, which were attachments H and I, adopt a resolution authorizing planning and development to submit the coastal amendments to the California Coastal Commission, which was attachment J, and finally, direct planning and development to transmit the adopted resolution to the Coastal Commission. That concludes staff's presentation. We're happy to answer any questions that your board may have, and again, our consultant is available by Zoom to help answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer, for the presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. One question, or a couple questions, but one of them, I see in here that mobile signs are prohibited.
Correct.
So is that a land use, a mobile sign?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is effectively a use of the land. If someone has a sign that they're moving around, usually we're thinking of mobile signs as like, I believe any motion-based sign, which is kind of used for attention-getting purposes.
Well, the way I'm reading it is you're banning the mobile billboards where somebody has that on their car. And I just don't think that that's within the purview of planning and development. So that's what I'm trying to.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I understand. So car-based ones are different in that scenario. I think they're defined differently within our proposal of mobile billboards based on, a truck or something like that is outside of this. Mobile signs would be like, again, if someone has a sign on their property that spins around, something more like that.
Okay. I'll look at it as we're having a little bit further conversation, other questions. So if I have string lights in my backyard, that's now prohibited if they're not shielded?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the way the proposal is currently worded, those are not required to be shielded.
Okay. But Montecito is asking for those to be shielded?
Correct. The Montecito Planning Commission was asking that your board require those be shielded.
And then what triggers somebody to fall under this, right? So if I replace one of the lights on the exterior of my house, I don't need a permit for that, right? Or do I? Probably do. Need a permit for everything.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you would not need a permit to just change out a light, but that light would still need to comply with the regulations.
Okay. So everybody that has lights throughout every residential that doesn't comply with this will now be out of compliance, right? And their neighbor is going to be able to potentially have a zoning violation reported on them, right?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we do have, so there's, for existing lights, it's only certain measures of the code that they'd be subject to.
Let's go through those.
As worded, all outdoor lighting lawfully installed prior to the effective date of this section are subject to the glare prevention and timing controls of this section. So that's basically the timing controls we have, depending on the zone you're in, not past 9 or 10 o'clock at night, unless you're present outdoors. And the glare prevention is preventing spillover onto neighboring properties and directing away from your neighbors, basically.
So, but under this regulation, there'll be immediate controls on lumens and other issues like that?
For any new lighting.
Well, you said it's just for timing and glare is the only thing that's exempted. So lumens, if there's somebody has a light currently that's greater than what's allowed under this code, would they be out of compliance immediately?
No, not if it's an existing properly installed light under proper approval.
So what is the approval pathway for installing? Because I just did it all out through my houses last weekend. So did I do that? Did I need a permit for that? I just went down to Costco, bought new lights, did the little bulbs, or the little wires, put it on my side of my.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. One thing to quickly clarify, that glare prevention and timing controls are the only things that apply to existing lights.
Right, okay.
Not exempted, so those are the two sections that do apply when you have existing lights.
Okay.
And then for newly installed lights, when you're talking about updating your lights, there are times when you're supposed to get a permit for changing those things, usually if they were subject to design review. If you had the BAR reviewed your house to make sure the design was compatible, and that included in the lighting, you're supposed to get a new permit to update that lighting. If you didn't have any of that, then you don't need a permit to update your lighting. It is, required to comply with what the code requires. So if you update all your lighting and it's all pointing upward, then you would be subject to a violation if someone submitted a violation on that, because even though you didn't require a permit, they are inconsistent with the code.
Okay, so, all right. Do we have any idea how often this is occurring out there? Because I'm seeing potential for significant amount of violations throughout our communities here. And, your department's often used to create conflicts between neighbors. And obviously now the cost recovery model that we now have with, zoning complaints, this is potentially a big issue between neighbors. And so I'm just trying to figure this out. I know I've actually had this issue with some of my constituents in the past where a neighbor had complained about the lighting, and then they got a $2,500 bill from you guys because you guys went out to investigate and found out that they may not have asked for a permit for replacing their lights. So again, I'm really concerned about this, especially on single family homes that typically aren't subject to design review.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I can't give you an exact number, but we do regularly get complaints about lighting even under our existing regulations. And so our existing regulations require lighting to be hooded and shielded and directed downwards and away from, avoiding spillover. So there already are controls that would regulate people from shining light into someone else's backyard. So we do get complaints about that from time to time. I can't speak to the examples you referenced, but there's certainly been instances where people have installed lighting that doesn't comply with the current regulations, and that has resulted in enforcement actions. That would continue under the new regulations, but it would not be a new thing that doesn't currently exist.
They're just getting tighter.
They're getting more, I would argue that they're getting clearer and more objective so that they will be easier to monitor and enforce and ensure compliance.
Okay. All right, those are my questions for right now.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Capps. Under this current proposal, how does it affect businesses? For example, restaurants. Is there hardships that a restaurant can apply for, saying, for example, if a restaurant have multiple string lights and we are required to have hooded ones, can they apply for hardships or exemptions?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, for commercial enterprises, there are lighting requirements, including the same current proposal or draft language about the string lights. There are slightly more lenient limits as to the amount of light that a business can generate versus a residential, as measured from at the property line. So there's a slightly more generous standard or allowance for commercial than residential. That said, there's not really a system in place for asking for hardship or an exception from the standards.
And do you think there's any possible negative impacts of this proposal to businesses throughout the county? Can you think of any negative impacts that this proposal will have on businesses throughout the county?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, I could certainly see that some businesses who have lighting currently installed that doesn't comply with these standards, and they installed them without, sort of outside of their permit, because most businesses would have gone through some sort of permit process, and had they installed additional lights outside of that process that don't comply with these standards, they could be required to remove them.
Supervisor Hartman.
A couple of things. First of all, it's kind of hard to parse. We know what the new regulations, the subject, but actually what the changes are a little hard to parse given there's so many. Could you talk a little bit more about the changes to short-term rental advertising?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. The changes to short-term rental advertising is, I believe it's one paragraph that's added that I can scroll to the exact language to read it to you, but my understanding is that it's kind of online advertisement of it counts as evidence of operation of it. So if someone is, operating an Airbnb and didn't get the homestay permit, if they're advertising online that they have an Airbnb, that they have a rental, that would count as evidence of them operating it. And our enforcement division could use that evidence, could say, well, you have this online ad for something, but you don't have a permit for it, and use that as evidence of a violation.
So I'm all for putting it in the code. I guess to me it's sort of self-evident, but this gives it greater weight. Okay. What about digital signs? Are there changes to our regulations about digital signs?
There are. So currently digital signs are very restricted. The proposed sign ordinance allows digital signs for, I believe it calls them institutional uses, which are things like schools, churches, hospitals, things like this that routinely have, signs that scroll through multiple messages. You might have a school that says when the day's off coming up or something like that, scrolling through multiple, but it is restricted just to those institutional uses.
Okay. And I just think it's important to go back on the lighting ordinance. Why? Why is it important? And, it's really important for wildlife and ecosystem issues. A lot of migratory birds, species that migrate at night, get disoriented by heavy lighting. Owls and bats can't hunt as well. And if you have a lot of light, like from your neighbor or the street light or something, that can interrupt your own circadian rhythms and you don't sleep well and leads to lots of issues. So I think it's important to bear in mind what we're trying to accomplish with this. And so I don't want to diminish the importance of this. And in my area, the San Ynez Valley, We Watch has been for decades protecting night sky. So the visibility and the aesthetics of that. And in the valley, we still can see stars. People come and are amazed by that. So just want to keep that in mind.
Another question.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I saw on their private recreational facilities, like courts, it's at 9 p.m. the lights need to go off. Some of those are open up past those hours. So are we creating kind of de facto closure for recreational facilities at 9 p.m. throughout the county?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, those are for like someone's, say, backyard tennis court or the basketball court in their front yard. That's what those private recreational courts would be referring to, not a commercial enterprise.
Well, it's private, right? That's the words, non-public.
As identified and interpreted in the code and implemented in the code, is referring to people's private, personal use sports courts.
Would an HOA that has it maybe their own private sports courts that are open till 10? Are they now having to turn the lights off at 9?
Not if they're currently permitted to have that in place.
So if their existing permit allows them to operate to that period of time, they can
then
keep the lights on greater than the ordinance?
Then they would be legal non-conforming.
Would be legal non-conforming. And what would trigger them having to come in compliance in the future?
If they're making changes to their project.
Okay.
I did want to circle back to a couple things that were said previously, unless you have any.
Yeah, no, I just think that that's probably, sometimes 10 o'clock is the hour, especially on weekends for facilities. And so to have a 9 o'clock blanket across the board does not seem like that makes sense. If it's allowed to be done, those aren't necessarily quiet times. And artificially shutting down recreational opportunities in our community is not something I want to do, especially if we're able to extend that with lighting. And that's something we have to do. We actually just allowed additional lighting at our community park so we can continue to play soccer into the evening for our community. So I'm always concerned about anything that's going to potentially limit recreational opportunities. I don't know what time the quiet time is on weekends. Usually it's 10 o'clock. So having the 9 o'clock there may be inconsistent with other opportunities that are out there in the community. And so I wouldn't want to see that shut down. So, it seems like maybe even looking at that for the weekends for the private recreational courts till 10 p.m. might be better for those few opportunities that might occur. So want to make sure that was on the record.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, just returning to a couple questions that were raised previously, just clarifying a couple things. Supervisor Nelson had asked about the mobile billboards, and I just wanted to clarify a response to that, which is mobile billboards which are advertising something other than what is on the vehicle would be prohibited under as currently drafted. So if it's a truck that has, say it's a contracting business and they're just have a sign on their truck that advertises their own business, that's fine and that would be permitted. But if it's a truck that has a sign advertising for a restaurant in the community, that would be prohibited, mobile billboard.
So when is it prohibited? When it's parked somewhere? Or is
it would be prohibited
driving through a community?
Driving through a community.
I guess I didn't ask county council. Is that the purview of our LUDC?
Supervisor Nelson, could you be a little more specific?
Well, they're saying they're prohibiting vehicles that are driving with signage on there that's advertising another business. So they're utilizing our county roads. Sounds like it might be something, maybe Public Works, but I just don't think it's anything that planning has purview over.
Supervisor Nelson, I can look a little further. I don't think they're prohibiting the car. I think they're prohibiting the sign.
The sign on the car.
Sign, correct, yeah. Okay, so just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a moving.
Okay, so I'll take a look.
Right. Are there other mobile things that we permit or regulate in planning?
I'm thinking, Supervisor Nelson through the chair, thinking about that. We do permit the food trucks. Those are mobile. They move around. So we do the county does issue permits for those.
When they're on a location, right? It's
Yeah.
attached to land use.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know the county we could, create a new ordinance and regulate it that way. I just don't think we regulate that through land use, because there's no land. That's just use.
I can't think of any other things that are mobile that we would limit.
Yeah.
As county council is looking into that, I just wanted to respond to a couple other items that were raised, or questions that were raised regarding to like commercial, for example, enterprises. There is a provision in the code that speaks to alternative forms of compliance. So it does give if a project comes in that doesn't meet the strict standards of the code, but otherwise complies with the purpose and intent, but in a slightly different way, they can request alternative compliance from the director, and the director does have that discretion to make that determination. One other thing regarding some of the commercial enterprises, if they had some lighting installed that did not comply with the standards, they would not be required to obtain a permit or anything like that. But as I mentioned previously, they could be required to modify the lighting to comply with the standards that are in place.
Could you go over what the 60 lumen standard is? So, and what I know that's going to be one of the new light standards. Can you go through what that looks like? And I know we're all kind of used to wattages, but lumens is kind of the end thing now with LEDs. So can you equate that for all of us and help us understand what 60 lumens looks like?
I might ask our consultant, Martha Miller, who might have that handy conversion. It's a rough conversion, but she might be able to provide that.
Okay, but and then kind of, I think it's kind of hard to.
Generally speaking, though, like a pathway light or like a solar lights that you often see in along someone's walkway or pathway or in their backyard, those would generally fall under that allowance. So it is a pretty low wattage. It would probably be in the 10 watt range.
Yeah, I'm Googling it. I can't find any examples of something that low. And so that kind of worries me for what that might look like.
We're just looking for the answer, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Martha Miller with Miller Planning Associates. I wasn't sure when to jump in.
Jump
in. 60 lumens technically is basically the brightness of 60 candles, which that does not kind of mean a lot. But Alex is correct. It's kind of a typical solar light or kind of accent lighting, lights that you might have outside, just kind of lighting a walkway or a path. It's a pretty low light, but enough to be able to kind of see and navigate where you're walking.
Okay, and what's going to apply to the 60? I guess maybe this is for Mr. Singer. What's 60 is a new threshold for which uses?
Supervisor Nelson, 60 is the threshold for exempt lights. So if you have 60 lumen or less lights, those don't have to meet the various other standards in this section.
Okay. So pretty much all lights, because I can't even find anything that's 60 on any of the websites right now. So if Google can't find 60, I think 100 is the minimum I can find anywhere online to purchase even. So sounds like it just means all lights, which is
It is
fine.
primarily like trying to also look it up, I've found some, solar walkway stick in the ground lights that are 40 lumens.
Yeah.
So something like that is generally what's going to fall under it. Almost all other lights are going to be beyond that standard, that threshold.
That are going to need. So going back to my string lights I mentioned, so those are probably higher than 60 lumens, I'd imagine. So those are going to need to have these standards applied to them?
Correct.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, just one clarifying standard to that is that as currently drafted, the string lights would not be required to be hooded,
Okay, good.
but they would be subject to the other provisions.
How about Christmas lights? They need to be hooded?
No, there's an exemption for seasonal decorations, which would include Christmas lights, Halloween displays, things of that nature.
That's cool. Yeah, some of those lights you can actually just change every holiday. So you could just keep
Well, there's
lights on all year
a
round.
requirement that they be in place no longer than 60 days per year, or in use no longer than 60 days per year.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, other questions from the board? Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with Mike Wondolowski, to be followed by Nancy Emerson. Mike?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed. Mike, we did hear you, and now we can no longer hear you. You still there?
Here we go. How about now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. I am indeed Mike Wondolowski. I'm with the Carpinteria Valley Association. And I want to start by saying we very much appreciate your consideration of amendments today that will reduce light pollution and its effects on our skies, on wildlife and habitats, and on the quality of life of neighbors. Overall, we strongly support the proposed amendments, and we only have a few recommendations for changes to the outdoor lighting section that we believe will better achieve the overall goals of making the amendments. We described in some detail our 5 specific recommendations in the letter we submitted, along with our rationale for each recommendation. And that included a couple minor changes to improve consistency between different sections of the revisions, an important recommendation to reduce the maximum color temperature, the Kelvin requirement, to 2700 Kelvin instead of 3000 or 4000 for different lights. That better aligns with modern recommendations from light pollution experts. We also emphasize our recommendation to require string lights to be fully shielded. And finally, our recommendation regarding the potential special carve out for the inland Montecito area to allow uplighting of specimen trees and the U.S. flag. On that last point, I want to expand just a little further. And that is that, as staff reported, the Montecito Planning Commission recommended that in inland Montecito, the prohibition on uplights be removed for specimen trees in the U.S. flag. But given that feasible and price-effective downlighting alternatives are readily available, we urge you not to remove that prohibition there or anywhere in the county. Uplighting anything is fundamentally contrary to principles of protecting our night sky and avoiding light trespass that affects neighbors. Therefore, we strongly feel it should be avoided in all areas. Downlighting of trees and the U.S. flag is perfectly feasible and quite common throughout the county. I'll also highlight that on the purpose slide shown by staff at the start of their presentation, the first stated purpose is to, quote, create a consistent set of lighting regulations. It's clear that unnecessary differences for inland Montecito is not consistent with that goal. So I'll wrap up by saying we very much appreciate your attention to these comments and your efforts to better protect the night throughout the county. Thank you.
We will now go to Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Susan Bott. Nancy?
Chair Capps and Supervisors, Nancy Emerson, Save Our Stars Committee, we watch. We've waited a long time for the outdoor lighting ordinance amendments, so this is a moment to savor. Thank you, Supervisors Ben Singer and Alex Tuttle. If there's one thing you've learned, It's that offensive odor devastates residents. We have found this true for light pollution too. So it is important that this already well-designed ordinance, with the fine-tuning we request, will be even easier to implement. We will all enjoy outdoor lighting that keeps the sky dark so we can see the full beauty of our stars, while the ground has more light where we need it. Technically advanced lighting controls will turn lights on, off, or dim them, furthering energy savings. We're asking you to modify 4 aspects of the ordinance detailed in our letter. One clarifies the ordinance purpose by adding the important protect neighbors and wildlife. 2, removes a significant source of sky glow by requiring that string lighting join all other fixtures in being fully shielded. This prevents sky glow and neighbor problems. 3, requires that all fixture bulbs be 2700 Kelvin warm light, so astronomers can study the night sky and humans and wildlife thrive. We changed our advice from 3,000 to 2,700 K when those bulbs became widely available. 4, updates, simplifies, and consolidates lighting controls text while eliminating unnecessary lighting curfews. But it doesn't end with the unincorporated areas of our county. It's so good, we will proudly share this model ordinance with our county cities to synchronize ordinances and make it easier for professionals to work in multiple jurisdictions. Cambria, Paso Robles, and Atascadero Central Coast Dark Sky International chapter members want to use our ordinance too, as will other places. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman had a question.
Nancy, could you clarify or elaborate your last point, your 4th point?
That we'll share it with others.
No, the one about timing.
Oh, that simply takes 2 portions where lighting controls had 2 different sections and updates and simplifies and consolidates that. And then you don't need to use the lighting curfews because the ordinance is so good that you can, if you need to, keep your lights on all night and it's not going to bother anybody.
Yeah, I'm just looking at staff to make sure they understand your point. And Mr. Singer does. He's nodding his head. Okay.
We will now go to Susan Bott to be followed by Stephen Frank. Susan?
Now, can you hear? Okay. I'd like to echo what Nancy Emerson has said. I am the current president of We Watch, and I'm also a member of the Save Our Stars Committee of We Watch. And I want to echo what Nancy has said, and I agree that all of the changes that she's recommending are important. And we look forward to seeing the night sky better and better. And in fact, We Watch is planning a star party soon in the next couple months, which should be something to see. Anyway, thank you very much.
We will now go to Stephen Frank, and then we will return to Santa Maria with Michael Donahue. Stephen? And Stephen, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, yeah, Stephen, thank you very much, Chair Capps and the supervisors. Steve Frank here from Pale Blue Dot Ventures. We're the guys that are across the street from the drive-in at Ken Adam Park, and have recently gone through the election process with in 2024. Look, we support this. We think it's time that it needs to be updated. I think our big issue is, of course, over at the drive-in. I think most everyone would agree that it needs a little bit of TLC. But I think that as I think about it, coming out of from Vandenberg, going past Allen Hancock, going down around the corner, the first sign you see, of course, is the Lompoc sign. Then you see the flagpoles on the mesa, and of course, you'll see the drive-in theater. And that's, I think, a pretty important first impression for the city of Lompoc. So I think that's important that it be updated. I think also these signs, we should use them to, there's important public service announcements that can be run across this sign. So I'm sure that'll be a consideration. Eventually, we probably would like to do something very similar. Of course, we're in the city, and of course, not the county. Of course, but I assume that the city's ordinance will be very similar to what you're changing to. So, broadly speaking, we support this change. We think it's time for an update. I think we've all seen those ugly old analog signs on 101 going north and south, and it's time for an update. One thing is we plan on putting telescopes basically for classes, STEM science classes at night over there at Ken Adam Park. So we would be obviously quite concerned about any kind of light pollution. So we support the previous comments. Thanks very much for your time.
And we are actually going to go to John Watson because I believe we have a few handouts or visual for Michael Donahue. So we'll go to John Watson, and then we will go to Michael Donahue. John?
My name is John Watson. I have been in Montecito since 1992, Santa Barbara since 1977. I am the last person that worked on the Montecito Community Plan and architectural guidelines that's still standing. So my concern is specifically about the two proposed exemptions or exceptions in the Montecito. Number one, the flag is well covered in federal law. It's going to trump anything you do locally. So I think there's no need to automatically create conflict there. I think that should be left out. The proposed for uplighting is all about specimen trees. I don't know what a specimen tree is. It's not in the land use or in the Montecito Code. It is in the environmental guidelines, and it's for biological assessment purposes only. So I then went out and looked at other places, for instance, down in the Oxford Dictionary, an unusual or impressive plant, but who decides this? So how do we know which trees are eligible? City of Santa Barbara currently has 3 specimen trees and a large bureaucracy to determine which trees are specimens or not. So that doesn't sound like a very good path to go. You go deeper into the internet and you discover that there are trees that are defined as specimen trees as low as 1.5 inches at breast height. So in other words, just about any tree could be a specimen tree. Then you get down and we find out that other definitions are 12-inch oaks, and or maybe it just has to be a commission that gets set up again. The Montecito Community Plan ordinances are supposed to flow out of community plans, says maintain and preserve the residential low intensity semi-rural character of Montecito. I don't think many uplights on many trees accomplishes that goal. I think it's completely contrary. Next, the policy is lighting of structures, roads, and properties shall be minimized to protect privacy and maintain the semi-rural residential character of the community. And the good neighbor policy, consider mutual neighborhood privacy in all aspects of house design, layout, including noise and lighting. I think that the proposal coming out of the Montecito Planning Commission is exactly contrary to these requirements of the community plan, and I ask that you reject them. Besides that, I think staff did an excellent job on their presentation, or the development and presentation of this ordinance. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Donahue, who is our final speaker on this item. Michael? And Michael, it appears you had 2 documents you emailed us, so please just let us know which ones.
Sure, just the one document is fine, the not the summary, but the other document. If you could put that up, that'd be great.
Great, thank you.
So first we have to say happy birthday to Steve. We heard a party going on back there, so that's good to have.
Thank you.
Have a celebration. Basically, if you want to know about signage and lighting, you got to talk to Ben, because he's the absolute expert. I'm here because we wanted to look at Project Uplift, which is, as you see on the screen here, is changing this gateway, and I think we all would like to see that change, and having us do that because currently it's an eyesore and it doesn't represent Lompoc very well, nor the Santa Barbara County. So this, we call this Project Uplift, is transformative as it will mirror the aspirations of Lompoc as a progressive city that is now associated principally with space. We went from flowers to space. The flowers are down in Chile. So the idea here is if we can amend the appropriate ordinances to enable a one-off conditional use permit that could be granted for this kind of a project, it would be at least a pathway for the county to approve such projects, but under extremely restrictive terms. This would prevent the proliferation of such projects, as each conditional use permit would have to conform to terms agreeable to the county. We all know that this could be a very high bar for any applicant and one that the county controls. To me, this is an opportunity for the county to create a pathway for highly regulated one-off projects like Project Uplift that have a digital signage component. I think it's an opportunity for the county to slowly and methodically deploy this singular project and assess its value going forward. We have the support of the mayor and many of the city council members who want to see the Gateway project built, as it will uplift Lompoc and the Santa Rita Valley. Project Uplift will also generate tax revenues for the county and will be accompanied by a cleanup of the drive-in theater property generally. It is our hope that you will allow the modification of the appropriate ordinance that in turn will allow us to proceed under a CUP, conditional use permit, should the county approve it. I don't know if there's any questions or...
No, thank you for your comment.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. Thanks to the members of the public for speaking up on this. Any questions, additional questions from the board, or if we're ready to move to comments, that's good by me.
I've got a few extra questions.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have response to Supervisor Nelson's earlier question.
Okay.
So part of planning and zoning law authorizes the county, and state law authorizes the county to regulate signs and billboards. In 2010, state law was amended to explicitly allow local regulation of mobile billboard advertising displays, which are defined as advertising displays that are attached to wheeled, mobile, and non-motorized vehicles. Ninth Circuit courts and federal court has approved this type of regulation, and it's not limited to a specific department, but is general authority for the county to regulate mobile billboards. So in short, yes, the county has authority to regulate these types of signs by local ordinance.
By local ordinance. but intermingled with the land use ordinance?
That's within your board's discretion. The state law does not specify whether it's in a zoning ordinance or another type of ordinance. In the bill that passed this, though, it did recognize the planning and zoning law has authority for local entities to regulate signs and billboards, that's where that authority lies.
And that makes sense on land use and in zoning, like something that's fixed. I just didn't think we had purview over mobile sources. Maybe we can start using this with our climate action plan now.
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, so typically counties do not have authority to regulate items under the vehicle code. This statute created an exception to that. So there might be other areas where there are exceptions of things that we could regulate, but this is specific to what they called mobile billboard advertising displays.
Okay, great. Are we going to be subject to this ourselves as a county? And are we prepared to comply with the sign ordinance as applied?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So inland, the county is not subject to the zoning regulations. Coastal, we are. However, there is, under the sign regulations, exemptions for government signs. So generally speaking, if it's for a governmental purpose, then it would be exempt.
Okay, so good enough for ye, but not for thee? No. Or is it the way around? Sorry, I didn't get that right. So we're not going to comply with this? We're exempt from these standards?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair, let me pull up the exact language of the exemptions for government signs and devices erected by a governmental entity, including but not limited to Santa Barbara County and public schools. Those are just, that's a general exemption along with a host of other exempt signs.
What would be the reason for us to exempt ourselves from this standard?
Well, this is an existing standard that is just being carried over as part of this regulation. So it's not a new, we're not carving out a new exemption for the government.
Sure,
but along with, just to give you a sense of other exempt signs, directional signs, construction signs, commercial displays on vehicles that are advertising for that service of that vehicle, address signs, informational signs, no trespassing signs. So there's a host of signs that are exempt from the provisions of the code.
I understand that, but I'm just thinking about the signs and the lighting issues here. And, you know, we're going to go impose this on the regulated public, but I'm just concerned that we're going to exempt ourselves from that. And I just think that optically looks really bad. If this is so important that we want to prevent other people from doing this, then I don't understand why we wouldn't apply it to ourselves, and just even not immedately. So just trying to understand that. If this is a priority of the county, then let's go ahead and make it a priority and start being the example.
Supervisors, and I appreciate that. Supervisor Nelson, I know that's been, you've been very consistent in saying that, and I don't know if we have enough information right now. I don't know how much information we need to say in what instances would we want to exempt ourselves or not. Mr. Tuttle just kind of read off where the exemptions lie, but we want to see in what cases would it be more problematic for us as a public entity to exempt ourselves or whatnot. So I think I understand your perspective. I just don't know if we have enough information to make that determination today. I don't know if we have to in order to do the ordinance exemption exists, but whether we exempt ourselves or not, I don't know if that has to occur today.
And Supervisor Nelson through the chair, I think there could be, you could move forward with the code the way it is. I mean, it is currently like that and not change that provision, but there could be direction to general services that we follow the standards that are outlined in our sign ordinance and lighting ordinance. So I think the board could certainly do that.
If I may,
Yes,
I mean,
Supervisor Hartman.
what's at issue here?
No.
Is it the
Let's do it.
is it the logos on the cars? Is it sheriff's department? Is it fire? I mean, what signs are we worried about?
I mean, just go to the courthouse. I mean, our courthouse won't comply with these lighting standards.
So are you talking about signs or lighting?
Lighting specifically, yeah.
Oh, I was on signs.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think the point's still the same. You know, if there's anything that we're going to ask the public to comply with, I think we should do the same. And if it's that important for us, or, you know, for people to be restricted on what they can use on lighting, we should comply with the same type of standard. If it's not that important, maybe we shouldn't regulate it. And so that's where kind of a philosophical point of view that I have. You know,
I
think
would
it should be
argue that the
evaluated.
courthouse is like a specimen tree, that it is.
Well, I mean, but that's just
something
one
different.
building, one building. But I'm sure we have other things that were throughout the county that we're not complying with on this ordinance. So again, if it's going to apply to the general public, I think it should apply to us. You know,
And can you elaborate not just lighting, but what you mean about signs?
well, if any, I don't know if we have any signs, but if we have any signs that potentially this would not be in compliance, then I think that we should make sure that we're complying with any of these new regulations.
So just to add, one thing for the board's consideration is the existing lighting that we have that's in place for private development and landowners and government agencies would not be impacted. They would be allowed to remain, right? Unless they came in and changed their lighting or changed their permit, then they would come into compliance. But basically what we've said, it's going forward that these new lighting standards would apply. That's correct, right, Mr. Tuttle?
So I've been a part of these zoning wars with constituents. And what happens is the burden's on the person who gets complained upon. I mean, that's the way you guys work. So what's going to happen is somebody's going to have to make sure they pull the receipts on when they purchased and installed those lights, or else you guys are going to hold them to the new standard. And that's, you know, that's problematic. It's unfortunately, you know, we think that we live in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty. In zoning, it's you're guilty until you're proven innocent. And if you don't have those receipts there, this is going to be a problem for a lot of constituents out there. And I mean, I hope it doesn't happen in your community, but it's happened in mine in the past. And again, these ordinances, I understand what the reason. You want to protect wildlife. You don't want lights shining into neighbors' yards. But I think it starts to open up a can of issues that creates the reputation that we have here in Santa Barbara County of being very difficult on the land use side. And so I think it's going to feed into that. And it's very difficult when you're dealing with constituents. They're very time-consuming of staff, and staff doesn't get to charge unless they find a violation, so they always find a violation. So, you know, it becomes a big issue, and so I'm just, you know, we already have this with a million other permitting pathways. This is going to be another one on that you might see become a problem in your guys' communities in the future. And so I guess we'll just warn the board that this could be an ongoing problem. You know, I would prefer us to be much more broad in these ordinances. The more specific you get, the more likelihood you're going to find violations. So, you know, I think there's probably some ways and some other examples that are much more broad on lighting ordinances that just basically say, you know, don't impede on your neighbor's property. You know, keep your lighting on your own property. That would probably be more friendly to neighborhoods. So.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, in my role as supervisor and also as a regulator, I find, having worked as a regulator earlier in my career, if it can be specific, then there's not an argument. If it's general, then people, what does it mean? What can we do? And nobody really gets a clean answer. And we have some examples of that in our ordinance. So I think this is a masterful job of trying to pull together what we've learned from the community plan process, what we've learned from all our permitting exercises in review, and I am very supportive. I do have a couple of questions. Is it true that the federal rules cover U.S. flags, and so we don't need a we don't need an exception for uplighting for U.S. flags?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So there's no, there is a provision in federal law regarding flags. There's no mandate with lighting of flags. It does recommend that if you're going to keep a flag raised overnight, that it be lit. There are accommodations, as was mentioned, for downlit flags. There's no mandate that a flag be lit under state or under federal law. But I do agree with the concept that I think federal law in place as it currently stands probably covers it, and there's no reason to, there's no need for us to call it out separately.
Okay, well, that makes sense to me. Specimen tree, can you talk about that? No definition. I can say the oak in my yard's a specimen tree, and I'm going to uplight it, at least if I were in Montecito. What do you say?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, agreed that there is no clear single definition of specimen trees, and it is a bit open to interpretation of what that would entail.
Yeah. So again, I think downlighting is better, especially for birds and probably insects as well. So I'm not in favor of the Montecito exception. There are a couple things, and I'm not sure how we'll get agreement on the board, but WeWatch's inclusion in purpose, I think it was including why we're doing this, and I think it was nature, to protect nature and wildlife, and I think that should be included in the purpose. So we have I like the way that they did their language. I know string lights, everybody has them now in their backyard, and they're very popular. In my area, we've got string lights with these unauthorized pop-up restaurants, and they're kind of they're really awful, and they're an advertisement. Come here, and they are a nuisance to the neighbors, and I get complaints, and so I really do favor, and they can be a nuisance with your neighbor if you're close. It shines into your bedroom light. Some people leave these on all the time. I visited my daughter in Oakland, and her neighbors had it, and I couldn't sleep. So I think that's an issue where it may seem extreme, but I think if shades are available, that's really something that we should aim for. The matter of the 27,000 Kelvin, I'd like to hear more about that. That's a big question in my mind, so I'd like to have you elaborate.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I'd actually like to ask our consultant, Martha Miller, to weigh in on that or provide some feedback on that.
Thank you, Martha Miller again. So the 2,700 versus 3,000 Kelvin, those are both kind of warm lights. The 30,000 Kelvin is going to be a little more whiter, and the 2,700 is going to be a little more yellow, but those are kind of both kind of similar. I think if you weren't really looking, if you didn't really know, you wouldn't perceive a difference, or the common person wouldn't perceive a difference of those. So generally either one of those could be fine. I think just the 3,000 would not create a significant increase in light pollution, which is the negative effects, but it would allow more flexibility in people choosing their lights. I think the more concerning drop in Kelvin is for the security lights. So that's where kind of a higher Kelvin, so we describe it as harshness, but it's also a harsher light or a more white light is better for task lighting, or kind of, how sometimes a light something's lit, but it's more ambiance, it's harder to see. Whereas then if you get a more pure white, like office lighting or hospital lighting, you can see more details, or things are clearer. That's where a higher Kelvin is more useful for security purposes. So that's
And
where
the
a low Kelvin.
2700, is that a standard now that's being more widely adopted in the state or by an entity in the state? I think I saw that in some letters.
I'm not aware of, I don't know if that's a trend. I think generally the 27 to 3000 is generally accepted.
And then my final, the timing question that We Watch raised that I don't fully understand, but Mr. Singer nodded that he did. Could you explain that?
Yes, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. The language as proposed that we've presented has a timing requirement that lights be generally turned off or on a motion sensor and automatic shutoff after 9 p.m. There are exceptions to this, primarily kind of different discussion of when people are present in an area that would be lit, that you can have lights on later if people are outdoors in that area. The proposal from We Watch is to kind of have more specific requirements for those shutoffs, that all lights would be required to be on, and gives a number of different possible methods for that, a photocell kind of light activated shutoff or a clock-based one. But my understanding of We Watch's letter was that they believe, given those requirements, that all lights be on those, then timing requirements would not be necessary. But again, as proposed, we have included timing requirements to give kind of specific times that lights should be turned off in general.
And you support your suggestion because it gives greater clarity, or?
Yeah, it gives greater clarity. It's easier to interpret. Our proposal says 9 p.m. It's easy to read that and understand 9 p.m. lights are off or on automatic shutoff, versus having 5 different methods that lights can use, but it has to use one of them, can be a little bit more technical and difficult to interpret.
Okay, you've persuaded me. Thank you.
Other questions? I don't want us to go too much further on this, but Supervisor Nelson raised a point that I just want to clarify, because I do believe it's important for the county to lead by example in every area. So what precludes us from having the county's facilities be, for this to apply to us going forward?
Supervisor Capps and members of the board, the board has the discretion to require the county to comply with the sign and lighting ordinance. They can. Traditionally, in all of our codes, except for the coastal zoning codes, I should say, the county is exempt from following them, and that's been established, I don't know, since probably when the code was originally adopted in the 80s. And it's pretty common, I think, but the board has got the discretion to make those changes.
So Supervisor Nelson, I'm going to ask you, do you just believe that this is an overreach in general, or were you making sort of a rhetorical point, or do you want us to move in this direction? Because I'm interested. I don't know exactly what the ramifications would be, but I'm interested if that's an actual suggestion on your part, or if it was rhetorical. I understand that as well.
Yeah, no, it's actually a little bit of both, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because I've been making this case for a long time that, we don't abide by many of the standards we hold the public to, in the building code, or in the zoning code. And that's really frustrating to me when I have constituents that are having to go through a really difficult process. Meanwhile, we just ignore that process often internally. And so, and this is just maybe adding more to that. Probably not going to solve it today with this one item. I think maybe it's something more broadly we should look at as a county. We give a lot of outs for ourselves that we should probably let the general public get done, through other processes. So that's what I would hope what we could maybe do on a general generally in the future. I do think generally, I think I'm probably going to vote against this. I do think it's a little bit more overreach here, and I also think it's going to cause additional zoning conflicts among neighbors. I mean, again, I've seen it over the years. I think this is going to be just one more easy complaint on your neighbor, and that's really problematic for me. I don't think that you guys have really done a deep dive to see how many potential violations are out there with this, because I think there's going to be significant, and I think that's going to be problematic, and I think we're all going to hear about it from our constituents in the future.
Well, again, I thank you for that honest answer. I am, it does provide me with some discomfort that the county would be somehow exempt. I don't know how to change that language. I know this is kind of dragging on. I don't know what the ramifications would be, but I am interested in sort of always making sure that we're not setting rules that are different for others than they are for ourselves. Supervisor Levinino.
Thank you. I think this is probably going to come to a head at some point. I think maybe, I've heard of even talk of a ballot measure that, we would talk about holding the county to the same standard. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to affect this today. Obviously, we don't want to get in the minute. It's gone on quite a while. But I think this is one of those examples of, where we're telling somebody what to do with their own yard or their own business, but we, on the other hand, are like, hey, but we've got these really important things that we want to light up. So I understand what Supervisor Nelson's saying. I think it's going to get taken care of probably in the next year or two. And I think it's something that the public is, well, we'll see what the response is, but this is something Supervisor Nelson's talked about for a long time. I'm starting to see it quite a bit more. The rules are for other people and not for us. It's weird, but I think we should probably move forward today, even though, and I don't know if we're in deliberations or we're still asking questions, but if we're done asking questions, I'll just give my 2 cents. For me, the reason why I wasn't too involved in conversation, it doesn't honestly affect my district. Folks living inside the cities, I probably have the most lit up house, unfortunately, on my block. But I also use it as part of a safety issue. Somebody's coming down my block. My house is probably the last one you're going to go to if you've got evil intentions. So when I read things like, we're enhancing people's quality of life, whose quality of life? Is it the neighbor? Yes. But I like my house looking a certain way, or I like to uplight my tree a certain way or my flag a certain way. I think I should be able to do that to some extent without obviously shining a giant light in somebody else's yard. But also, whatever happened to, we just don't see enough of this in this county where one neighbor can go over and talk to the other neighbor and say, hey, your string lights or your Christmas lights or your something is affecting my sleep. Okay, yeah, I have a good enough relationship with my neighbors, and I know not everybody does, but that's the way it used to be. I do enjoy the dark skies, too. It's really cool. I mean, when I went to, it's sad that sometimes I have to go that far. It'd be nice to just do it in my own backyard. Maybe that's a result of me lighting up my house. But I think it's also the fact that we live in a city. But it is kind of cool to go someplace else and you see what we're missing out on. So I understand the intent behind it. And, what Supervisor Hartman said about bats and different creatures that it's affecting. For me, it's just if it actually affected anything in my district, I would definitely be voting against it. I'm kind of on the fence still.
Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just say, this is unincorporated county, less developed, trying to keep it darker skies than maybe cities.
But we keep developing our unincorporated areas. I mean, Orchid's just as urban as any place in Santa Maria. So we have the same issues, yeah.
Well, in my unincorporated area, we're just trying to get lights in Isla Vista. So anyway, okay, let's keep this going. I'm not sure exactly where we are, but let's hear where board members are, and we'll figure it out. Supervisor Lee.
So for the lighting curfew, can we link it to the music curfew? 10 o'clock on the weekends and 9 o'clock at night? Was that something that we can compromise on? I just think 9 o'clock is a little early, especially on the weekends.
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, we could change some of these things. I can go a little bit more into the lighting or the timing requirements right now if you'd like. I kind of listed them broadly, but didn't talk about the exceptions of when you can have lights on after 9. Would you like to hear those? Just to
Yeah.
So as currently proposed, again, kind of a overall 9 p.m. lights off. The exceptions come when people are present, which is lights can be on when people are present. Outside of residential zones, kind of indefinitely. If you have a restaurant open later, you can have lights on as long as the people are there. And then in residential zones, it's proposed Sunday through Thursday until 10 p.m. Lights can be on when people are present. Friday and Saturday until midnight, lights can be on when people are present. So if you're having a barbecue in your backyard on a Friday night, you can have lights on until midnight as long as people are out there using your yard. Once everyone goes inside, you turn them off if it's after 9 p.m.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Another no is I would like to see lower the Kelvin the better. 2,700, 3,000 is reasonable. And also the hooded string lights, could it be for a specific area? Because I know in some land, people are right on top of each other on a slope. Can we make that a requirement just for some land, or it has to be throughout the whole county?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, part of the primary goal is right now we do have a lot of different lighting standards countywide. Summerland is pretty similar to San Ynez, but it's a little different than Montecito, for example. So the goal is to try to establish a consistent set of standards. That said, your board certainly has discretion if you want to carve out a distinction in one area of the county versus another.
Got it. And my last point is, I do in favor of the Montecito recommendations. Mr. Watson, we can make good points, so I do support his stance on what he said. So I just want to put those points out.
Could I ask clarification, Supervisor Lee? Where were you on the 2,700 versus 3,000?
Lower the better, so 2,700.
Okay. And then as far as Montecito, the Planning Commission wanted to allow uplighting, but the recommendation here from the speaker was to keep it consistent with the county as a whole, so that you would downlight rather than uplight.
From what I know, Montecito, when they do lighting, they do it right. They are very intentional with the lighting. So I think they can do it in a respectful way. So let's put both of the options on the table for Montecito. They can do it or not do it. It's up to them.
Yeah, I would say we are seeking consistency across the board, and to pull out Montecito sort of goes against the purpose. And I think they can, the ones who already have it can keep what they've got, but the new ones, I think, so that would be my stance. So I guess we.
You know what? I agree with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I get some clarification on the Montecito part? Would that now require, because Montecito was asking for shielding of string lights, right? Or no? Did I misunderstand that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the Montecito was asking for shielding of string lights installed outside of landscaping, which is a little bit specific, but if you think about lights wrapped around a tree or lights set in a tree, they didn't think those needed to be shielded, but if they were hung up outside of...
It's like on your deck that you would need to have the shields on those? Do they even sell that? Is that even a product?
Shielded string lights? It is something you can find. They sell just about everything.
Okay. Is that part of the proposal right now, to accept that? Because that seems excessive.
May I?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought so too until I see what these pop-up restaurants and some neighbors have, and it's easy to get the shade on it. So,
I mean, these pop-up restaurants. I mean, we're not even permitting them with health code. I mean, we already have plenty of things to restrict them. I mean, I guess we could make one more thing that they're doing out there illegal. It just seems that we should just address that problem specifically, not try to find a back door, or a side door way to.
It's just an example of how bright they can be.
Yeah.
And what the purpose is to be a magnet to draw people. And of all the proposals, I would agree that this one is the most, far-reaching.
Supervisors, if I could perhaps just clarify with the string lights, this may or may not help, but so as currently drafted, the string lights would not need to be hooded, but they would still be subject to the other provisions of the code. So, for example, there's a light limit at the property line in order to protect like glare and spillover. So if someone has like glaring string lights, but they're not meeting that property line standard, they would not be able to, that would be a violation. So there are still, the idea is that there's still protections in place to sort of protect your neighbor while still giving that property owner some flexibility in the use of their lights within their property.
I could. That's actually where I would be at with this. If we could kind of drill down and try to make this as simplistic as possible, is what is the light limit at a property line? That really, as long as you're meeting that, I think, frankly, you should do whatever you want on your property itself. Again, we're supposed to be using the zoning code to reduce conflicts, and if that's really, if we're addressing that, that's something I could support with this lighting ordinance. Is really just getting down to light limits at property lines. Because I think that's where I think a lot of these issues are.
Don't forget the bats and the birds.
Yeah, I have pretty bright lights in my backyard, and I have multiple owls and bats every night. So they still find their way into my backyard, even with those lights. And, really countywide, we're urbanized maybe 1% of our entire county. There's plenty of places for owls and bats that aren't in a neighborhood. We like them because they're nice for us to look at. But, urbanization is typically primary use is people, and we want to share it as much as possible. But, 99% of the rest of the county is available for habitat, and that is utilized for those purposes. So I wouldn't want to go too far down that route.
Yes, keep going.
Oh, well, I would, I think it would require a lot of going back on this ordinance if we're going to change that standard. So I guess I would put a motion out there that we go with staff recommendation, but that we add in the purpose, the protecting nature and wildlife, that we go with the 2,700 rather than the 3,000, and that we don't make an exception for Montecito, so it would be no new uplighting there. I think that captures.
Is there a consensus to add direction to general services to something that doesn't, to general services to review our own facilities to make sure that they're in compliance, something that
that we go by our own rules.
Yeah, without redoing the work of the planning commission or just sort of tacking that on, some sort of review to make sure that we're in compliance as well. I imagine there's not that many facilities that would even be applicable to this.
Yeah, most are in the city.
Well, but shouldn't we still make those comply to our standards?
Sure, good point. So I'm seeing head nods for that addition to the motion?
Sure.
Excellent, thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, so I'm just trying to clarify, are we amending the ordinance, are we eliminating the exemption? Or is this just, we're saying to the extent we're just
giving direction.
Giving direction to general services to
see how we comply.
See how our own facilities comply.
Just to look at how we comply.
Mm-hmm. Great. Supervisor Lee?
I'll second that.
You will?
I will.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we need clarification, Madam Clerk?
Chair Capps and members of the board, my apologies. So with that direction, are you asking for a report back to the board, or?
I don't necessarily need a report. Just want them to be cognizant of these rules and to make sure that we're in as much compliance as possible.
It'll be an ongoing question.
It would be, yes. So a review, not a report. Okay. Are we clear on the motion and the second? We have the second. Are we ready for a vote? Would you like to do a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
And Chair Capps?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Did it. That means we're adjourned till February 25th. Thanks.
Chair Capps? Can I-
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, with permission of the chair, adjourn today's meeting in honor of Robert Patrick Farini. Patrick Farini was one of the owners of Bonita Farms and Betteravia Packing. He's one of the pillars of our community. He and his wife, Jerry, have been very philanthropic, and their family has been part of the foundation of a lot of the great things in our community, as well as being an agricultural leader. He passed away, and we had a services for him yesterday, and so I just wanted to close this meeting in honor of Patrick Farini. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We are adjourned.